Hello, my friends. I am Ventox, your resident Danganronpa 2 addict, and tonight we have the trial for Chapter 4. We are going to be doing this tonight, and then I move. So this is going to be my last stream for probably about a week, maybe more, maybe less. We'll see. I'll keep the Discord updated. But for right now, we're just going to go ahead and power through this trial. I'm going to hopefully figure it out because I don't have a well-formed theory as of yet. So I'm just going to kind of sit down, take a look at the evidence, and see if I can piece something together. Yeah, final Florida stream. I mean, ever since I started this stream, like, what, 5 years ago, I've been a Florida resident, and that is about to end. It's bittersweet. There's a lot of things that I'm gonna miss, a lot of people that I'm gonna miss. I went out with a friend of mine today, and we had 11 o'clock Olive Garden. We were the first people in the restaurant, the only people there for most of the time, and just, like, laughed a lot and had fun. So it's gonna be sad, but I'm moving forward, moving on to something bigger and better, so I'm definitely excited for the future. Yeah, a lot of hurricanes I'm gonna miss too, yeah. That I'm not sad about. I just get to go to tornadoes and blizzards again. So, anyway, we're gonna go ahead and just jump right in. As we prepare for the trial, we're gonna recap what happened yesterday, because when we started our stream yesterday, we had not yet had a victim. And we were setting up for a lot of shenanigans that had to do with the way that the rooms were set up and the way that the people were, you know, configured, where they were arranged, the way that the buildings were placed near one another and how that was going to be important. So lots of very particular, very, very idiosyncratic setup for this one. This is definitely like the quirkiest murder I think that we have had yet. But there are a lot of questions that I have yet to really resolve. So let's just go ahead and move over to our e-handbook. Now, we were in the middle of the night, we were all exhausted, and we hear a big kabang, at which point we find Nekomaru dead. Decapitated, basically. And the direction of the story thus far seems to indicate that it was someone from Strawberry House who did it. But there is also a thematic suggestion that it might have been a really, really, really elaborate suicide. And so I'm kind of juggling between those two possibilities right now. Vacuum, Loogie, what's up, guys? Good to see you. So I'm gonna go ahead and just review my evidence here real quick before I try to draw any conclusions. So, number one, the Monokuma file. Nekomaru was discovered in Grape Tower, which is inside the Funhouse. His head is severely damaged and beyond repair, so that shall be considered the cause of death. Despite the fact that his arms and legs are dismembered, these limbs were actually designed to be detachable, and it seems they were separated due to a severe impact. Aside from that, several other areas of his body are damaged. Because of this, many of his functions seem to have shut down. Okay. His body and left leg were tied with a metal wire. The tip of that wire was also tied into a loop. Okay, so the loop is interesting. There's a couple of possibilities for that. The good night button, a button on the back of his neck. When this is pressed, all of his functions cease and he is forced to enter sleep mode. We have oil on the floor. The majority of it came from his fatal head wound. Oil on the tipped over pillar. It was so heavy that even two people could not budge it. A new looking hammer, an enormous hammer found on the floor of the tower. It was completely clean, almost as if it was brand new. A chain was wrapped around the handles of the door at the back of Grape Tower. For some reason, the killer was able to enter the tower from Strawberry Hall. Apparently, Akane heard a rumbling noise at around 5:30. This one doesn't really have too much that it's going to contradict. I feel like this is going to be one of those pieces of evidence that is just there to kind of establish the facts. Pillar fragments. A lot of small pieces of stone were scattered underneath Nekomaru's body. However, there were no fragments on top of his body. Again, this is one of those things that leads me to think that it can't really have been a suicide. Fuyuhiko apparently saw Nekomaru walking toward the first floor of Strawberry House at 5 a.m. At 5:30, the alarm of the alarm of wall clock, there should be a "the" in that sentence. The alarm of the wall clock on the lounge of Strawberry House's second floor started going off. Fuyuhiko was on the lounge by coincidence and managed to stop the alarm, but Kazuichi and Gundam rushed to the lounge after being alerted to the sound. However, Nagito was apparently the only one who didn't hear it. The contact elevator used to move between both houses was broken and no longer worked. It was apparently broken at the Grape House side, so the last person to use it would have arrived at Grape House. The button in Strawberry Hall that opens the door leading to the tower was broken. Nagito's sudden appearance. I like that the image used for this is half him in Grape House and half him in Strawberry House. Nagito was supposed to be at Strawberry House, but he appeared at Grape House via some unknown method. The contact elevator should have been broken. Dun dun dun. Apparently the compass's needle spun 180 degrees while it was inside the contact elevator. Nekomaru used this alarm clock to recover from sleep mode. The clock's arms are stopped at 7:30, and the alarm was set to 7:30 as well. We know that the clock is a precise clock that can't be tampered with. And then I think this is our last piece of evidence, the broken doorknob. A doorknob found under the tipped over pillar. The screws at the base are pulled out, and there are some scratch marks on the knob itself. One of the doorknobs from the far back of Strawberry House was missing, so this doorknob was originally attached to that door. Oh, that's right, I forgot. We have strange feeling in tower is one of our evidence bullets. Regardless of whether you enter the tower from Grape Hall or Strawberry Hall, the placement of Nekomaru's body and the tipped over pillar and the oil stains and even the disassembled parts that Kazuichi arranged look exactly the same. And that's everything. So, what does all of this mean? There's a few pieces of evidence that in combination make me conclude that it was someone from Strawberry House who did it. Now, we learned through the final dead room that there is a manner in which one can travel between the two houses. We have also therefore learned that one of the houses, if our, assumption of the location is correct, one of the houses is stacked on top of the other one, or specifically, the final dead room is stacked on top of the Monokuma room in Grape House, which means Strawberry House is here and Grape House is here. Now, the elevator is single directional, so there's only one door on the elevator. And if our original understanding of the orientation of the towers, which it appears as though the towers are the same room and it just changes color, if that is true, then it must be the case that the direction of the elevator never changes. However, I pulled up here our good friend MS Paint. We saw it a lot on our last stream. You guys are going to be seeing it a lot on this stream. So the overlapping tower theory, the theory that these two towers are the exact same, if that were true, because of the placement of the elevator here, then the elevator would go like so, and would start at the same angle that it ends at. However, one of our evidence bullets tells us that it actually rotates 180 degrees, which means if it rotated 180 degrees, that would mean instead of the exit facing upward, like this, when it arrives at Strawberry House, it would instead have to be facing downward, which would mean that it doesn't have a legitimate exit. So that can't be the case. So this theory is just flat disproven. Also, if that were the case, then that wouldn't make any sense anyways, because the houses would look like this, because of the way that the towers are stacked. So that doesn't work either. So the only real solution is that the towers are arranged like this, and while it is going up, it is also rotating 180 degrees behind the back end of the other building, and that way it maintains its proper orientation with the construction of the building. However, if that is the case, then what that does is instead of the two towers going like in opposite directions, they go the same direction, which would mean that they are stacked on top of one another. That's the only way that I can see this making any sense. So this is kind of what we concluded here at the end of our last stream. So if this is the case, then a lot of the other clues start to come into focus. Specifically, why did we sabotage the elevator? Why did we chain the door? Wow, that was a big zoom in. Why did we chain the door to Strawberry House inside the grape thing? And why did we break the door to Strawberry Tower inside Strawberry Hall? Well, the answer is because the killer has to maintain the illusion that these two places are the same tower. That's the only way that their own alibi makes sense. If everyone understands that these two towers are actually the same room and it just changes color, then the only logical conclusion is that the killer was in Grape Hall, and that cannot be refuted by any means, unless we become aware of this, but that will probably come later and, you know, absolutely cause the killer's thing to fall apart. But this way, that's why we need the chain here and the door broken here. It must be broken on both sides in order to maintain the illusion. Otherwise, as soon as one of these can be opened without the other, then the illusion falls apart. So that is why. That is why both of these were broken. What really still is eluding me is the actual events that led to Nekomaru's death. Now, there is one character who unfortunately has raised up enough red flags that I am pretty reasonably concluding they are the murderer. And that would be, unfortunately, Best Boy Gundam. I think Gundam had a pretty crucial slip-up that is actually not brought into account by any of the truth bullets. Specifically, the alarm clock that went off here, the fact that Gundam rushed to the lounge after being alerted by a sound, that contradicts the information that we were given about the deluxe room that he was sleeping in, because the deluxe room is completely soundproof. So that is my basis for suspecting him right now. But let's go ahead and start thinking about the actual circumstances of Mekamaru's death. So, we know that the decapitation, which is considered his cause of death, must have happened at 7:30. We know that because the alarm timer and the clock are what stopped working at the time of his death. Now, Nekomaru's time of death would therefore have been, what, 1 minute after the alarm went off, based on this illustration? You know, this would have been as soon as the alarm went off, he woke up, something happened, and that triggered his death. So we've got to figure out what that was. And the evidence that we have to figure that out is the rubble, the hammer, the tipped over pillar, the wire, and the doorknob. Now, the fact that the oil is on the top of the pillar here, but the body is not anywhere near that, that is surprising to me. So what must have happened is, at some point, his go to sleep button was pressed. I'm assuming he was tied up. Where's the metal loop? Here we go, the wire. I'm assuming he was tied up and, like, perhaps tied to the pillar No, because the loud bang that we heard was at 5:30. So in that case, something must have happened at 5:30 that caused the pillar to fall, and that must have been when he was, I'm assuming, like, incapacitated. And then someone hit his sleep button and then started moving him. And that would make sense with the rubble. He was probably moved after this fell because there's no rubble on top of him, but there's rubble behind him or beneath him. So with that, let's see, the thing is already down. His body is moved. The doorknob was found underneath the rubble as well, I believe. Yeah, under the tipped over the pillar. So whatever happened with the doorknob happened before the pillar. So I would assume that would probably be like Mecha Maru grabbed it and pulled to try to force the door open, perhaps in a panic. Maybe because the killer was in that room already with the hammer. Yeah, and then he pulled the door just to try to force it open, and it didn't work. Grab it with his arms wrapped? I'm thinking the wrapping came later. I'm thinking that the wrapping maybe was used to move his body after the pillar fell. And that's what caused some of the limbs to pop off as well. So then the killer must have arranged some way that when his alarm went off and he started moving, that would just cause him to die almost instantly. Now, my first thought is maybe it has something to do with the sensors in the room that can detect movement and that prevent the tower from changing, but I don't really see how that could work. Because that wouldn't cause the thing to move. I was thinking for a minute maybe the loop was tied around his neck and the other end was tied to the door handle. Actually, maybe this does make sense. He goes to Strawberry Tower and is maybe knocked to sleep there. Then the loop is tied to the loop is tied to his neck and to the doorknob. And then the killer goes to Grape Tower and hits the button, and that causes the elevator, because if we go back to our window capture, our MS Paint, here's my thinking. I'm just gonna copy and paste this part real quick. We're just gonna copy and paste, and we're just gonna move it over here. So, Strawberry Tower, Grape Tower. We've got our little Mecha Maru man, who is at this point mostly fully intact. Maybe his arm is off or something. And then we have the doorknob on Grape Tower here. I'm gonna zoom in even closer. So we've got the doorknob on Grape Tower right here, or on Strawberry Tower. We tie the metal wire around his neck and attach it to the only stationary object in the room, which is the door handle right here. Then our killer leaves, goes around and goes down to Grape Tower and hits the button. And that causes the floor to just start going down. and this thing becomes taut, and that is what pulls the door handle off. Rather than snapping off his neck, that just knocks down the door handle. That is how I see this tying together. So let's assume that that's what happened here. Let's say that that happens, and then instead of being here, we end up over here. And so now, the metal wire is no longer useful, and we just have a sleeping Nekomaru here on the floor. And at that point, as soon as the killer walks into Grape Tower to see that their plan has failed, they have to come up with an alternative. And so that is why the pillar then gets involved. So if at this point he's sleeping, we use the mallet to smash the pillar, causes the pillar to fall and crush and ding up and bang the body, causes the arms and the legs to detach, but doesn't actually kill him yet. He is not yet decapitated. So we move the body, the head must still be intact at that time. We move the body, and it ends up on top of the rubble, and also on top of the handle. So how do we actually decapitate him in the long run? Well, it must have something to do with his alarm clock, right? So somehow, some way, the alarm clock is set for 7:30. And as soon as the alarm clock goes off, it causes his head to be detached from his body. Let me check my notes. There was a point that Akane was theorizing. No, she had heard a ringing sound after No, that ringing sound that she heard was the phone going off. That wasn't... Okay, yeah. Okay. Hang on. No. Because this is where the clocks come in. Okay. So both of the clocks in both of the houses have been tampered with. That's why Monokuma said that everybody was late to Tai Chi. That everybody ditched. Because we showed up there at what we thought was 7 o'clock. But Nekomaru was already dead. So therefore... I'm just gonna assume it's off by an hour. I'm gonna say all clocks were set an hour later. So if that's the case, then at 6:30, or rather at... Our timeline looks like this. At 7:30, Nekomaru's alarm goes off, and he dies. 7:55, I think? Yeah. 7:55, I awaken and go downstairs, and everything else proceeds as presented. So maybe he wasn't actually, killed when the alarm, like exactly when the alarm went off. Maybe the killer was inside here and the alarm went off, and then the killer found a way to decapitate him that we are not yet privy to. I think that that's reasonable. Because as of right now, we don't have anything that could reliably be considered a murder weapon, except for the very top of the pillar. But I don't think I see how that could be used to decapitate him. And the pillar can't be moved. So I think that my theory right now is that the killer, who I am hypothesizing to be Gundam, went through the final dead room and got access to both of the towers, found out the secret of the Funhouse, and also learned that Nekomaru is the traitor. And so the killer probably said, hey, Nekomaru, I know your secret. We are going to have a private conversation. Meet me in the tower, in Strawberry Tower, at 5:30 a.m. or at 5 a.m. or whatever. Probably saying meet at 5. So he goes, he meets him, and then the course of action that I've already described happens. Now, it wouldn't have actually been 5 a.m. because it would have been 4 a.m. at that time because of the clock shenanigans. So then Gundam returns and has already preset one of the alarms to go off so that he can be present and be, you know, seen and start establishing his alibi. That's how I think this all went down. There is one other possibility, which is that Nekomaru himself is the one who went to the final dead room and played Russian roulette and lost, but he's a metal robot, so like the bullet just pinged off of his metal head, and then Monokuma was like, okay, you technically win, and so he went on and learned something and decided to sacrifice himself for the good of the group. That is a possibility as well, and that would be a parallel to Chapter 4 of the original game. I think either way, we're going to get a parallel to the Chapter 4 Danganronpa 1 murder mystery, especially given the fact that we have an ogre statue in here. Like, either Nekomaru is the traitor, and that is what gets revealed here as a parallel to Sakura being revealed as the traitor, or Nekomaru killed himself, and that is the parallel. I think one of those two options. But specifically Gundam being present where he shouldn't be, that raises too big a red flag for me to ignore. But would Gundam be clever enough to set a murder plan like that? You underestimate the Dark Overlord of Ice? You fiend. Yeah, I think he would be clever enough. I think he is a man that has a lot of depth to him, which we are only about to find. Alright, do I have any skills that I haven't equipped yet? I don't think so. There's a lot of skills. There's way more skills than there are students. I wonder how you get some of these. Let's go, 30-minute theory time. Yeah, now it's time for it to get blown up in about the next 5 minutes of the trial. All right, we've got our difficulty settings correct. Let's go.
Now then, let's begin with a simple explanation of the class trial. During the class trial, you will present your arguments for who the killer is and vote for who done it. If you vote correctly, then only the
Mikan's
blackened
cross
will
is different
receive
as well.
punishment. But if you pick the wrong person, I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and that
That's cute.
person will earn the right to leave this island. I'm sure you guys are starving by now, but let's get revved up and raring to go! Whoever survives will be treated to a fancy lunch. Guess what? Rabbit curry is on the menu!
Huh? I'm not the main ingredient, right?
I'm here today because Coach Nekomaru risked his life to protect me. I'm gonna be the one who avenges him. I'll definitely find out who the killer is.
The other parallel being that Akane obviously evokes Asahina very, very, very closely, and the fact that that character's best friend is the one who dies in this one is very, very conspicuous.
I'm definitely not tempted by curry. Got it?
Akane, you seem to have an impressive amount of drool flowing from your mouth.
Hey, why don't we try going over the incident? We weren't able to leave Strawberry House, so I want to make sure we get a detailed understanding.
I discovered Nekomaru's body a little before 7 a.m. I headed over to Grape Tower for Monokuma Taichi and found the body there. Hajime and Chiaki were also with me.
Hajime was with Miss Sonia and Chiaki that early in the morning? Don't tell me you three were together since last night!
I respect Kazuichi's imagination. Of all of the hookups that I could have, that wasn't one that I was expecting.
Imbecile! I am not some woman with flexible legs.
Of course you're not. You're much classier than that.
With legs like those, I could probably do the splits real easy.
We just happened to run into each other on the first floor of Grape House and went to the tower together.
What does that mean, Akane?
And then, the three of us discovered Nekomaru's body.
The body discovery announcement was made soon after. Akane heard that and rushed over.
We heard the body discovery announcement too, from Strawberry House, obviously. As I recall, we found out the elevator was out of order, which left us stuck.
So we decided to go to the tower for the time being and headed for Strawberry Hall. But someone even broke Strawberry Hall's door button. We couldn't go anywhere because of that.
Thinking we should at least find some method to communicate, we set our sights on the lounge telephone.
Forget these boring intros. Let's talk about the killer. Anyway, it's definitely someone from Strawberry House.
Correct.
What do you mean, definitely?
There's no way a chick would kill someone so cruelly. So it must be one of you Strawberry House dudes. One of you better hurry up and confess, or I'll break all of you in half!
I like
You're the
Demon
coolest one
Akane.
here.
Now, enough with the lovers' quarrel. We need to think about this seriously.
Chiaki with the shade.
We don't have the luxury of discussing irrelevant things. The incident this time has many questions.
I really did not
The
expect
incident
Chiaki to be the
notwithstanding, I also have many
Kirigiri
questions.
stand-in.
Then let's start with something even Miss Sonia can understand. The weapon.
Kazuichi, this is not how you woo a woman. You do not downplay her intelligence by talking about something that even Miss Sonia can understand.
Well, the weapon is obvious, right? What the heck, you guys? The weapon! You can totally tell just by looking.
Soda, you idiot. I'm really loving the Nagito change in personality. Him embracing his villain side, I like it a lot. You can tell that the weapon is just by looking? It wouldn't be much of a mystery if that were true. The only thing at the crime scene that looked like a weapon was probably... Alright, here we go. The new-looking hammer, I assume, is what we're going with here.
I guess we should figure out the weapon first.
The weapon was right there at the scene of the crime.
That pillar, huh?
No, the hammer! The killer used that hammer and beat the crap out of him.
I'm assuming that's
If it
what
was
we're
unexpected,
contradicting.
I suppose that is possible.
That's right. It was a surprise beating. The weapon is decided.
Huh? 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 The hammer in the tower was the weapon. Like he said, it looks like that's the case, but
I guess we should figure out the weapon.
The weapon was right there.
That pillar.
No, the hammer. The killer used that hammer and beat the crap out of him.
No, that's wrong.
all right. Easy opening. You mean the Smash Bros. Hammer?
I can't
Oh no,
accept that
Justice
that
Hammer
hammer was the
number
murderer.
6.
Why not? Why can't you accept it?
A lot of oil was flowing from Nekomaru's body, just like human blood, right? If the hammer was used to beat Nekomaru, you'd expect some oil to be on it at least.
But that hammer was clean. So that's why you can't accept that it's the murder weapon.
I really hope Fuyuhiko makes it out of this.
Well, yeah, but the killer might have wiped off the oil later.
Why?
Well, obviously, to make the hammer look like it's not the murder weapon.
Then why bother cleaning the oil? If they didn't want it to look suspicious, they would have discarded the hammer.
You're pretty insightful, baby gangsta.
Baby gang, man,
Baby gangster?
I ship
Me?
them so hard. I am so on board the Fuyukane train right now.
Just so you all know, I was trying to test you guys. I thought, maybe you guys mistook the hammer for the weapon or something.
I buy it.
It seems that was a waste of time.
Then what was the real weapon used to murder Nekomaru?
That's the problem. There wasn't anything else at the crime scene that looked like a potential weapon.
Then, how about we look at it from a different angle? If it doesn't have oil on it, it's not the weapon. So whatever has oil on it must be the weapon, right?
The actual weapon has oil on it, but something on the crime scene that had oil on it. Nekomaru's body. I used the Nekomaru to destroy the Nekomaru.
I see! The only thing with oil on it is that broken pillar.
Then that pillar is the weapon. Coach Nekomaru got clobbered with that pillar.
Hey, welcome,
Nobody
Canis.
could withstand a blow from that pillar. Even if you used 100% of your muscle strength, it would be impossible to wield it as a weapon.
Why?
We tried to move it, right?
Puff, puff. It's no use. It's barely budging. Didn't I tell you?
Yeah, that pillar was pretty freaking heavy. But there's one dude who could have lifted that pillar.
Huh? Who are you talking about?
Coach Nekomaru's robot body. With that dude's super strength, lifting a pillar would be real easy.
So, he lifted the pillar, and then what? Did he use it to beat himself?
You mean Nekomaru killed himself?
Don't be stupid. He ain't the type to commit suicide.
Then even if Nekomaru could have lifted that
I like that we're
pillar,
bringing up the
that's nothing
suicide
to do
angle
with the
early.
case at all.
Well, I guess you're right.
What the heck?
But it does bother me a little. That word, suicide. By the way, the fourth murder of the killing school life was apparently ruled a suicide. See, and this is also something that's making me think that the killer did this very deliberately. Because if they got the same information that Nagito did, then, and they were clever enough to pick up on the parallels, then this would be a good way to misdirect. Huh? No, that shouldn't matter. There's no way Nekomaru would commit suicide.
But that's a problem. If it's not the pillar, then there's no other weapon we can think of.
There may be a way to use the pillar as a weapon without lifting it.
Huh? For reals?
Yes, for reals.
I see. So my gut was right after all. All right, it's up to you, Sonia. Prove that pillar was the murder weapon.
Understood. Then I shall give it my all. Sonia, here I go!
What I'm kind of wondering here is maybe my saying that the time of death being 7:30 equals when he was decapitated is a wrong assumption.
If the pillar was not lifted, beating him with it is beyond a dream.
Do not interfere, hammies.
They aimed right for his head and bullseye.
Even I could probably tip it over. Considering the pillar's weight, it probably exerted a ton of force.
Sonia, you go, girl! I'm getting hella excited!
Killer murdered Nekomaru by tipping over the pillar. Is that really it?
There's no need to lift that pillar.
If the pillar was not lifted,
I didn't really pay attention to what my
beating him with it is
contradictable
beyond a
statements were.
dream.
What about tipping the pillar over?
Okay, tipping the pillar over is
They aimed right
contradictable.
for his head and bullseye.
Even I could probably tip it over. Considering the pillar's weight,
And the pillar's weight.
probably exerted a ton of force.
Is that it? Just those two?
Sonia,
Yeah.
you go,
Wow,
girl!
okay. So the pillar's
I'm
weight.
getting hella excited!
Chain, oil on the floor. Good night button.
There's no need to lift that
Wire,
pillar.
broken doorknob. I think the pillar
If the
fragments,
pillar was not lifted,
because there's no pillar fragments on
beating him
top
with it
of
is
him.
beyond a dream.
Pillar fragments are beneath him.
What about tipping the pillar over? They aimed right for his head and
Come on.
bullseye.
Even I could, considering it probably exert.
Sonia, I'm getting hella excited!
I'm a little sad that we no
There's
longer
no need to
have
lift that pillar.
Sionji, because now I can't hear her
Pillar
chipmunk
was not
voice anytime I
lifted,
speed it
beating
up.
him with it is beyond a dream.
What about tipping the pillar over?
Yeah, okay.
No, that's wrong.
The slowdown. I forget the slowdown every time.
If Nekomaru was crushed by the pillar, then there should have been fragments on top of his body.
Huh? Fragments?
The pillar fragments were scattered beneath Nekomaru's body, but there weren't any on top of his body. If the pillar had been tipped over and crushed it, the fragments should have been on top of his body instead.
I briefly considered that too, but it's probably not what happened.
I see. That was entirely my bad.
If they didn't tip it over, then how did the killer murder Nekomaru with that pillar?
How much longer are you gonna focus on the pillar? Just let it go already.
There's no way I can let it go. I'm positive that Nekomaru was killed by that pillar.
Why are you so certain about that?
I just have a feeling.
A feeling, huh? That's just your instincts.
But we can't say for sure that that instinct is wrong, can we?
Huh?
There's another way to use that pillar to kill. You guys just haven't noticed it.
Is that true?
Then I shall ask you, what way is that?
You guys, the same as usual. You're unable to clear a path to the future with your own powers, so you just stand there and falter. What a waste of talent. And you all intend to fight the Future Foundation? You make me laugh. What did you say? Regardless, it's not like I want to die with the rest of you. So I guess I should lend a hand.
Hey, Nagito. What the hell happened to you?
I'm really liking this new
How
Nagito.
come you're not talking like a lunatic anymore?
Don't sugarcoat it, Fuyuhiko.
I've learned a valuable lesson. Ignorance is by far the greatest shame.
Huh? What do you mean?
Who cares? Just tell us how the pillar was used to kill.
Well, first of all, the pillar itself is not enough. But when combined with a specific item, there's a way it could be possible.
A specific item?
Of course, the ultimate weapon.
Ultimate weapon?
Isn't that the thing you get when you clear the final dead room?
So, Nagito knows what the ultimate weapon is?
Of course I know, but I'm pretty sure everyone else has seen it, you know?
We've seen it?
That's right. You've seen it clearly. Because I, the one who has claimed dominion over evil, am the ultimate weapon. I am he who cuts the insolent catalyst which flows out from the chaos with the sword of victory. It's only fitting that I deserve to be called the ultimate weapon.
I love him
No,
so much.
You are far greater than
But
the
also,
ultimate weapon,
my man
since you
is
wield your 4 dark daggers of
misdirecting so
destruction.
hard right now.
I see.
I don't know why, but I'm not liking this.
Man, I
Cut the bullshit and say it clearly.
am liking
What is the ultimate
the
weapon?
admiration that is being shown
In order
here.
to clarify that, we first need to solve the secret of the Funhouse.
Huh? The secret of the Funhouse?
You still don't realize it? Jeez, get it together. You're supposed to be the symbols of hope, aren't you? Ah, I forgot. Except for Hajime, of course.
Except for Hajime?
If we make it out of this, I'll explain it to you guys.
Anyway, we must first clarify the secret of the Funhouse.
We're
right?
tackling this a whole lot earlier in the trial than I
think
expected
it
us
must
to.
have something to do with the structure of the Funhouse.
Correct. Very good, Sonia.
Strawberry House leads to Strawberry Tower, and Grape House leads to Grape Tower. But in actuality, they are both the same building, and both houses are linked to the central tower. It is undeniable that such a sweet building structure is the secret of the Funhouse.
Man, not only does that make perfect sense, but Miss Sonia's beautiful voice is just so soothing.
Faux show! I shall leave this matter to your discretion.
Sonia's voice actress must have just had such a fun time in the booth. 2 houses are connected to the tower in the middle. I thought that at first too, but I ended up finding proof that completely contradicts that. So this would be Kazuichi's account. Oh, it's not. Strange feeling in the tower, I guess.
In truth, Strawberry Tower and Grape Tower are actually the exact same place.
So that's the secret of the Funhouse.
Is that really it?
It's weird to say they're both the same place. I mean, the walls are different colors. And the designs on the floor are also different.
We've already settled this problem. Give it 10 years before you argue with Miss Sonia.
Alright, so I guess we're contradicting that they're the same place.
In truth, Strawberry Tower and Grape Tower are actually the exact same place.
No, that's wrong!
Sorry to keep shutting you down like this, Sonia. It's nothing personal.
Both of those towers, are they really the same place?
Why are you asking that now? Do you harbor a grudge because my kingdom destroyed your homeland?
Rip Japan.
Hajime, I won't tolerate any sort of rebellion.
Quit white knighting, dude.
Doesn't it seem strange? When we went to Grape Tower from Grape Hall, Nekomaru's body was in front of the door to Strawberry Hall. But when we went to Strawberry Tower from Strawberry Hall, his body was in front of the door to Grape Hall.
It's probably some kind of trick, like the floor rotating 180 degrees or something. If it is, then see? That means it could have passed as the exact same place, right?
If so, then what? Do you seriously think such a simple answer is the correct answer?
Does that mean he's wrong?
Oops, I guess I've said too much.
If the floor didn't rotate, then that means we need to think about the structure of the building again.
Bow down.
Aha! One of the cut the words mini games.
Then how about this?
Okay, I understand how this works now.
Nekomaru's body.
While we were moving from Grape Tower
I have a
to
limited number of
Strawberry
cuts,
Tower,
so I have to use them in a timely manner
but we should have all been
and
together
use
during
them
that time.
appropriately.
Even if they tried to move the body inside the tower.
Then Monokuma did it.
Aw,
While we were
Sonia.
moving, Monokuma quickly moved things around.
But Nekomaru's body wasn't the only thing moved. Are you saying the broken pillar was moved too?
If it is too heavy to carry, let them roll it. Just like if there's no bread, let them eat cake.
Sonia, no! Sonia, no! Wire, oil on the floor, new looking hammer, chain, broken doorknob is gonna be
There
the
are
one we end
many
up using.
different ways. The body and the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled. And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
Okay, so
There
I
are
need
many
to
different ways.
be a little bit more careful with how I
The body and the
use
pillar
these.
could have been moved. The pillar could have been rolled. And Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
Oh, I was short by one.
There are many different ways. The body and the pillar could have been moved. The pillar could have been, and Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
There we go.
Moving the body and the pillar in such a short time. That might be hard even for Monokuma, don't you think?
It seems you have forgotten. Monokuma is surprisingly strong, wielding the power of the future pillar, the body, everything could have moved it all, easy as pie.
Damn it!
Oh,
There are
interesting.
many different ways. The body and the pillar could have been moved.
I need to
The
not be
pillar
doing
could have
this.
and Nekomaru could have been moved piece by piece. I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
Moving the body and the pillar in such a short time. That might be hard even for Monokuma, don't you think?
It seems you have forgotten. Monokuma is surprisingly wielding the power of the futuristic robo-bay, the pillar, the body, everything at the crime scene.
Oh, really? That is an odd apple of an assumption. There is no way I can understand what you are saying.
It seems you have forgotten.
So the doorknob is the one thing that
Monokuma
was
is
not
surprisingly
moved, is what I
strong,
was
wielding
thinking
the
there.
power of the future, the pillar, the body, everything could have moved it all, easy as pie.
Damn it!
Is there something else that was not moved?
There are many different ways.
Oh, okay, hello.
The body and the pillar could have been moved.
So if I am switching my,
Pillar could have been, and Nekomaru
my
could
bullet,
have been
I
moved
can't
piece by piece.
slash.
I decree it was Monokuma's doing.
Moving the body and the pillar in such a short
But now I
time.
can't review my bullets.
That might be hard even for Monokuma,
Or my
don't
swords.
you
They're
think?
swords now.
It seems you have forgotten. Monokuma is surprisingly strong, wielding the power of the futuristic
Oh,
robo-bear.
why did I do that? That was wrong.
Crap!
It seems you have forgotten. Monokuma is surprisingly strong, wielding the power of the pillar, the body, everything at the crime scene.
Not the chain there. This one's a tough one.
It seems you have forgotten. Monokuma is surprisingly wielding the power of the pillar, the body, everything at the crime scene. He could have moved it all, easy as pie.
This one's tough.
You have forgotten. Monokuma is surprisingly strong, wielding the power of the futuristic Robo-Bear. The pillar, the body, everything at the crime scene?
Crap!
Which of these things am I wrong about?
It seems you have forgotten. Monokuma is surprisingly strong, wielding the power of the futuristic the pillar, the body, everything at the...
Allow me to cut through those
What did I say, the oil?
Moving the body and pillar is possible, but it would have been impossible to move the oil on the floor.
Oh, I see. Okay. Got it. Yeah, that makes sense. I feel a little silly for not thinking about that one.
The position of Nekomaru's body and the pillar changed. The oil surrounding his body moved too.
I think that the doorknob is substantial enough,
Physically
though.
moving all of the oil like that is simply not possible, no matter how you look at it.
Then it's impossible to think it was moved.
I am terribly sorry. I cannot believe I got so fired up.
It's all right. A fired up Miss Sonia is awesome to watch.
So what really happened? Does that mean the two towers aren't the same building?
So I don't want anything to happen to Sonia. I like her a lot, but I think it would be very interesting to observe Kazuichi in a post-Sonia world.
We can't be certain of that either. Not when the experiment involving the handbook I left on the tower floor was a complete success.
Yeah, the E-handbook was still there. That's why we thought the two towers were the same building.
If they're not the same building or two different buildings, then what are they?
No idea, huh?
This mystery ties into the secret of the Funhouse. But we don't have enough clues to solve that mystery. Then the only thing we can do is rely on the one person who has those clues. Yeah, that is true. Right now, Nagito is the only way that this actually gets solved in character.
Nagito, I thought it would come to this. I knew my turn was coming up. Fine. I'll tell you guys a big hint that can help you solve the secret of the Funhouse.
Give us the answer, not a friggin' hint.
But then it wouldn't mean anything. I need you guys to do this class trial properly. It's also important for me because it will help me determine something.
Determine? Is he talking about the traitor? If so, why did Nagito say that all of a sudden? Did something happen to him?
But how do we know your hint is any good? It's suspicious that you're the only one who knows it.
I have a good reason for that. The reason I'm the only one who knows it is because I was the only one who performed the appropriate action.
He performed the appropriate action in order to learn the secret. Could he be talking about Monokuma Tai Chi? I like tampering with the crime scene as an option too. That's a good one.
You're talking about the final dead room, right? You cleared the life-threatening game there and found something, didn't you?
I like Hajime more than I like Naegi.
That's right. The hint is what I saw after I cleared it. In the depths of the final dead room, there was a hidden room surrounded by concrete. And there, a small conspicuous window waited, all by itself. From that window, I saw some very strange scenery.
Strange scenery?
Instead of explaining it, it might be faster just to show you. At an opportune time, I found a perfect camera in the final dead room.
You took a picture?
Yep.
He stole an item from the escape room? Dude, that is so against the rules. You are absolutely ruining the experience either for the next person who comes in there or for the person more likely who is in charge of resetting the room and is on a very, very tight turnaround. They have like a 4-minute timer to put everything back in its place, reset all of the electronics, clean the place, make sure that the checklist is done, get back to the room, get on the computer, reset the timer, and you took one of the game items out of the room. You are a reprehensible person, okay? I'm a little fired up about this one. I worked at an escape room for 3 years. Nagito grinned creepily as he retrieved a small digital camera from his inner pocket.
See? This is it.
And as he said that, he showed us a peculiar picture.
Let me explain it to you again. I took this picture on the first floor of Strawberry House, from the secret room within the final dead room.
I feel like I'm gonna need my notes soon.
Don't you think it's weird? If the Funhouse's structure is what you guys have been thinking, then there's lots of things that don't make sense in this picture, right?
Lots of things that shouldn't make sense in this picture.
Then let's begin. Shall I call it thinking time?
What doesn't make sense in this picture? Okay, now we're going back to paint. Hold up a second. Let me take away the notes here. Bring the MS Paint up. So, yeah, I think what he's saying is that there should be another building over here. If it's what we expect, we should be seeing that there is another hallway on the other side of the tower, whereas we can pretty clearly see that there isn't one. There isn't another building off in the distance. So that, I think, is what he's getting at. Now the question is, where am I supposed to click? Am I supposed to click over here? I think I'm supposed to click over here, where we would assume there is another tower that's supposed to be there.
Here!
Yeah, okay.
If the structure of the Funhouse is what we thought it was, Grape House and Strawberry House should link to the tower in the middle. Which means, if you're viewing the tower from Strawberry House, you should see Grape House behind it. But in this photo, I don't see anything behind the tower. No shadow, no shape, no Grape House at all.
I see. And is that it?
Nagito said there's lots of things that don't make sense in this photo. Which means there are other contradictions contained in it. Interesting. So are we gonna have to do another one? Oh, cool, cool, cool. What doesn't make sense in this picture? Okay, so the height is one other thing that could be an answer. Because this is 2 stories, which could be weird, or otherwise how tall we are up over these trees. I don't know where I would click to get that across. I'll just click on the trees, I guess.
Here!
Yeah, I guess that's right.
You said this photo was taken from the hidden room inside the final dead room, right? If that's the case, then that means it should have been taken from the first floor of Strawberry House.
Yeah, it should have been.
Then, this is definitely strange. This photo doesn't look like it was taken from the first floor. The angles suggest it was taken from higher up.
I will say from an out of mystery perspective, obviously I know why this is this way, but I feel like this would be pretty easy to explain away in character as like, well, how do we know that the first floor that we have access to is actually on the ground? We don't know where the way in and the way out is, so is it possible that we're just on the higher floor of a building and it's just called the first floor by Monokuma and that's what we chose to start calling it? I feel like that's pretty easy to sow doubt into.
That's right. Good call. In summary, this is the truth contained in this photo. The first floor of Strawberry House is located in a high area, and Grape House is not behind the tower.
It's not? Are you saying that Grape House is merely an illusion spell cast by Monokuma's cursed eye?
From this point on, do your own thinking. Now that you've finally met the same requirements as me. If you guys are truly symbols of hope, you can easily solve a simple mystery like this. It might be possible for Hajime to solve it too, even though he's just a normal high school student.
I wonder if our profile has been updated. No, it hasn't. It still says ultimate question mark, question mark, question mark.
Despite the fact that you don't have a real talent, you already know about the other clue.
The other clue? Is he talking about that one time? Why, hello there, Hajime. Nagito, why are you here? Because I showed up. You showed up? How did you even come here? Maybe I teleported.
You're referring to when you suddenly appeared on the second floor of Grape House, right?
I'm asking you just to be safe. At the time, where do you think I came from?
The top floor, right?
Such sharp eyes. So you realized it already.
Top floor. So the third floor?
But the Monokuma archive should be the only room on the third floor of Grape House.
What does it mean?
What indeed? Was that thing just now another hint to figuring out the mystery behind the Funhouse's structure? Yes, it was, Hajime. Very good. The reason Nagito appeared from the third floor. Using the photo he took, I might be able to find the answer if I just think about it, or if you just have access to the most advanced image generation tool available, Microsoft Paint. Oh, logic dive time. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Okay. What is it? It's accelerate, slow down. No, jump, slow down, accelerate, and then go left and right. Okay. Always have your foot on the accelerator, never touch the brake. Actually, hold up, hold up. I typically keep my glass of water, like, right next to my mouse, because, like, I don't really need to be doing, like, fast, twitchy movement when I'm playing this game, but I'm actually gonna clear off my, my mouse pad before I do this, because I know last time I ran out of space, and that caused me to go off the cliff a few times. Woo! Alright. Question 1. Do Strawberry House and Grape House both exist? Yes, they both exist. That's a funny question. Whoa, okay. That's mean. Oh! This is the best minigame. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Question 2. Are Strawberry House and Grape House the same building or two different buildings? They are... Okay. This is one of those where you can... They're the same building, but they're kind of two different buildings. And so I feel like the definition could be... It could be flexible here, right? Like, I'm gonna say they're both the same building. They are contained within the same walls and roof. But, like... It's possible that it decides to be mean to me and tell me I'm wrong. Okay, cool. Woohoo! No, I was clicking, I swear. Oh, do I maintain my life from the previous logic dive? Okay, this one at least is obvious. Man, I was so close to my first perfect logic dive.
It's all coming together.
Sad.
Got it. I know the secret of the Funhouse.
Then let me hear it.
There needs to be more than
Kind
one of
answer
those
will
per
you
trial.
give, I wonder.
In the picture Nagito took from Strawberry House, I didn't see Grape House at all. So where did Grape House go? There was only one possibility. It was in a position where it couldn't be seen from Strawberry House. Which means Strawberry House and Grape House are in the same building, but on different floors.
Same building, different floors?
Then the two houses aren't two different 3-story buildings. They're actually one 6-story building?
If you think about it like that, based on Nagito's picture, it's clear where Strawberry House is located.
Where Strawberry House is located, the floors above Grape House.
I see! On top of Grape House. That's where Strawberry House is located. Because of that, the photo taken from the first floor of Strawberry House was at a high angle. Altogether, this means the first floor of Strawberry House is also the 4th floor above Grape House.
Oh, snap! I never expected that the two houses were connected vertically.
Sonia's a
But
joy.
What about the shape of the building? The two houses were completely different shapes.
Strawberry House is 4-sided, and Grape House is 6-sided, right?
It never occurred to us that they were the same building because it was structured with two different shapes. A quadrilateral and a hexagon, overlaid atop each other to misdirect how we would perceive them.
All right, Jackie, chill. No one calls that shape a quadrilateral.
And it worked, didn't it?
All right, we got
Disregarding
3D
the
animation,
tower, We
baby.
fully believed the two houses were two separate, distinct buildings.
In order to conceal the unique design of the Funhouse, Monokuma put us to sleep so we couldn't look at the outside of the building when he brought us to it.
Are we gonna add on the towers, or...?
You've just been Kuma'd! Don't you think a building full of so many surprises totally deserves to be called a fun house?
Then it's true? The building was really like that?
That's right! Those two houses exist on different floors in the same building!
Constructing a building like that on your own without my knowledge? How horrible!
Then what about the towers? Are they arranged vertically just like the houses?
Yeah, Strawberry Tower and Grape Tower should have also been different floors inside the same building. Just like Strawberry House was on top of Grape House. Strawberry Tower was also on top of Grape Tower.
However, if they're different floors within the same building, why was Nekomaru's body in both places?
Aw, your precious hammies don't know? But it's so simple. Alrighty then. I'll be the one who solves this mystery in a flash. Please watch me, Miss Sonia.
Kazuichi, you are down so
see.
bad.
Do whatever you like.
I'll definitely make her watch me. I'm gonna stand out till she notices me.
Stand out above the crowd. All right. I'm assuming we're actually gonna end up agreeing with something that is said here. but I don't know what.
I'm gonna solve this mystery in a flash.
And hurry up,
Know
dumbass!
your limits.
One of the bodies in one of the towers
Oh,
was actually
Kazuichi.
a dummy.
You mean a fake body?
Nekomaru died with a mechanical body. It should be possible to construct a dummy from spare parts.
You're magnificent, Gundam!
No fair! You totally stole my spotlight!
So which one was the fake body?
Shut up! Just pick one of them!
Oh, Kazuichi. Okay, so we're not agreeing with him. I was prepared to give him a lot of credit. Alright,
I'm gonna
so...
solve this mystery in a flash!
And hurry up, dumbass!
Which of these
One of the bodies
contradicts
in
that,
one of the
however?
towers was actually a dummy!
You mean a fake body?
Nekomaru died with a mechanical body.
I don't think
It should
mechanical
be
body
possible
would
to construct a
contradict
dummy from spare parts.
the dummy thing.
You're magnificent, Gundam!
No fair!
And I don't
You
think there's
totally
anything
stole my
else that I can
spotlight.
absorb, so it's gotta be one of the
So
bullets
which
I've already
one was
got.
the fake body?
Shut up! Just pick one of them!
Okay, so it's gotta be one of my bullets.
I'm gonna solve this mystery in a flash!
The wire, the strange feeling in the
Hurry up,
tower.
dumbass.
I feel like the strange feeling in the tower is
One of the
probably it
bodies in
again.
one of the towers was actually a dummy!
Could be the oil?
You mean a
Or
fake
rather
body?
the tipped over pillar with the oil on it, maybe?
Nekomaru died with a mechanical body. It should be possible to construct a dummy from spare parts.
You're magnificent, Gundam!
No fair! You totally stole my spotlight!
So which one was the fake body?
Shut up! Just
I don't think the
pick
broken
one of 'em.
doorknob helps here. I don't think the chain helps here. The pillar might. I'm gonna check what's in the Monokuma file. I don't think there's anything in the Monokuma file that helps, though. No, I don't think there's anything there that helps me.
I'm gonna solve this mystery in a flash!
And hurry up, dumbass!
I want to review what the text on Strange Feeling in the Tower says. Oh yeah, there it is. The parts that Kazuichi arranged looks the same.
One of the bodies in one of the towers
That's what it is.
was actually a dummy!
No, that's wrong!
The only dummy here is you, Kazuichi,
Nekomaru's body
and
wasn't
Gundam
a
for
dummy.
thinking that he could get away
That
with
can be
this.
proven by Kazuichi's account.
Me?
Remember? When we moved from Grape Tower to Strawberry Tower, we thought the body had moved. And that's when you said,
Not just that, the parts that I carefully arranged when I disassembled the body all moved too.
right up until that moment, you were disassembling Nekomaru's body at Grape Tower, right? The killer couldn't have known how you'd take apart his body, so they couldn't have built a dummy.
Unless Kazuichi was the one who built the dummy, then it would be a different story.
Oh snap! Oh snap!
Miss Sonia, that's a pretty harsh joke. You are joking, right?
It's alright. Kazuichi is not the killer. If he was, he wouldn't have fixed the elevator or the button in Strawberry Hall. It'd be much more convenient for the killer if it stayed broken.
I see. That is disappointing.
I'm even more disappointed.
However, even if Nekomaru's body wasn't a dummy, it's meaningless if we don't have the important answer.
The reason Nekomaru's body was in both towers, even though it was supposed to be on different floors.
Maybe it was simply moved?
The body moved to a different floor?
You can't think of a device like that? A device that moves things to different floors in the same building?
This is one of those, a device like that? This is one of those that, like, no actual conversation would go like this. Chiaki would not say, "You can't think of a device that moves things from one floor to another floor?" Like, this is getting really, really, can you say, mariposa? Like, I'm feeling real Blue's Clues Dora the Explorer right now. A device like that? A device that transports things to different floors in the same building. I feel like I've seen that before. Escalators! What do you mean it's not an escalator? You're just gonna keep that A right there for a minute. An E? All right. I don't need another A right now, thank you. But I'll lock that there. We'll put the V like right in the middle here. Put that A there. Just make this a bigger A. Okay, I've got an O. I'm gonna put the O there. Oh, speedrun strats, let's go. Oh, let's go. Perfect.
I got it!
World record, baby.
You must be talking about an elevator.
Oh, it's not on auto.
Are you saying Nekomaru's body was transported using an elevator?
Where the hell is this elevator anyway?
It's the tower itself. The inside of the tower is one big elevator.
Tall tower theory confirmed.
Which means the tower was
Yo,
designed so that the
Nekonomscon,
whole
what's
room
up?
goes up and down like an elevator. So whether you enter from Strawberry Hall or Grape Hall, it all leads to the same room, right?
How are we feeling about Nagito's complete 180? I like it a lot.
So that's why we could
It's
only
nice having an
enter from one side or
antagonistic
the other.
figure in the group.
Now that you mention it, sometimes when I pressed the door button, it took a while for it to open.
I see. We were basically waiting for the room to arrive, just like an elevator.
Please hold on. If the inside of the whole tower ascends and descends like an elevator, then why is there a picture of a strawberry on the far back door when you enter from Grape Tower?
Hope you didn't start on the sketch. No, I was waiting until the trial for
And
that.
a picture of a grape on the far back door when you enter from Strawberry Tower.
That's just there to confuse you.
If the room just moves up and down like an elevator, there's no reason for the doors to change.
Plus, after the incident, the far back door in Grape Tower had chains wrapped around it, right?
Nagito wasn't an antagonistic
But when we
force
entered
before.
Strawberry Tower,
I mean,
those chains
he
were
was
gone.
crazy, but he wasn't like actively
Not just that, but if I remember
standoffish to the
correctly,
group.
even the doorknob was broken off.
There are too many strange things. Was that tower really an elevator?
When you see people and things, make sure you focus on the good parts instead of the bad.
What did you say?
So, let's put aside what's changed and focus our attention on what hasn't.
Why do we have to do that?
It's fine. Come on. What does everything that hasn't changed have in common?
It's in the middle of the room. Things that didn't change when we moved between the two towers. That includes the body, the pillar, and the oil. We've been talking about that stuff for a while now. There shouldn't be anything strange about them, not even the fact that they all moved with the elevator. The one thing these all have in common, that they were all huge, they were all Nekomaru's parts, they were all heavy, or they were all on the floor.
I see. Is it safe to say that all the items on the floor didn't change?
And
And
why did the picture on the far back door change? If you can figure that out, you'll have the answer. The reason is because that elevator has something unique about it.
There's something unique about the elevator, only the floor moves, yeah. It's an enormous circle.
I see.
So that's it. The elevator was designed so only the floor moved.
Only the floor moved?
Which means the whole room wasn't an elevator, only the floor was. That's why we saw different doors in each tower. Which means on the first floor of Grape Tower, the door on the far back wall had a strawberry design. And on the fourth floor, which was Strawberry Tower, a different door on the far back wall had a grape design.
Then, where do the different floors lead?
I want to say they lead outside, but they're probably just for show.
Just for show? Why was something like that necessary?
So we'd falsely believe that the doors were connected to where their picture signified.
I'll say, I do like the concept of the way that this is structured as like a funhouse and like a murder inside a funhouse where the actual construction of the building is designed in such a way to lead to false conclusions. I think that's really fun. I don't like the way that the setup happened. Like, I think I would have liked this particular puzzle in a different game. It was just really jarring to have like the islands and then just suddenly, boom, you're all put to sleep and put in this tower and you'll all starve to death until you get out. Go. That's the part that I don't love. But the actual, like, the gimmick here, I actually like it quite a bit.
It was actually very effective. Because of that, we totally misunderstood the building's structure.
Because this is very much designed to mislead the audience.
I don't get it. But I guess it means whoever designed this building had a totally twisted personality.
Did you hear that, mon ami?
Don't blame this on me. Take responsibility for yourself.
Then I'll take responsibility and gently caress you.
Like,
Bro,
there's
what?
no way that's gonna happen. Stop with the tasteless jokes.
Monami, he's your brother. Stop swooning.
By the way, what does the chain on the far back door in Grape Tower mean?
It means that the killer knew
Probably wrapped there by the
secret.
killer to keep us as far from Strawberry Tower as possible.
Why?
Because of that chain. You guys thought you couldn't enter there, right?
Like you said, I could probably use these parts to repair that button, but... Seriously, hold on. Even if you do repair that button, what's gonna happen to the chain on the other side of the door? Chain? The door that leads to Strawberry Hall has a chain wrapped around the doorknob. Even if you fix the button on the Strawberry Hall, the door won't open as long as that chain's there. You don't need to worry about that at all. Huh?
The killer destroyed the Strawberry Hall button, so we'd stay away from Strawberry Tower. Everything was done to tamper with the evidence, so we wouldn't find out about the secret of the Funhouse. The appearance of a body in the tower would contradict what we thought we knew about the building. In that situation, if we'd gone to Strawberry Tower, we'd have seen that contradiction firsthand. And using that as a clue, we might have discovered the truth.
You know what I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen yet, and I'm kind of waiting for it to pop up? I don't think this is the trial where it's gonna happen, but I'm surprised we haven't seen a murder wherein multiple different schemes were being planned simultaneously by different culprits, and one of them succeeded and the other one didn't, but the ramifications of that are felt throughout the trial.
The truth that the two houses and the two towers are actually one complete vertical building. The killer wanted to keep us from learning that. That's why they made us stay away from Strawberry Tower.
Wasn't that the first trial? Oh yeah, I guess that's kinda true, yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, you're right. I'm dumb. I'm dumb, that is literally the first trial of this game.
They destroyed the button and wrapped a chain around the door just for that?
Would it really have inconvenienced the killer if we learned the true structure of the building?
Yes, and that's what makes it someone from Strawberry House.
After all, this funhouse is strongly connected to the ultimate weapon that killed Nekomaru.
Hold on. You're progressing much too quickly. There's still a contradiction concerning the building structure.
What a pain. It's fine already.
Gundam, please proceed.
You said earlier that Strawberry House and Grape House are connected vertically, right? If
So now, yeah.
How does the contact elevator supposedly transport us from one house to the other?
I see. Now that you mention it, I completely forgot about that matter.
If that elevator moves vertically, then when your back is facing the elevator, both towers should be on the same side. But does this reflect reality? Inside Grape House, Grape Hall is on your right when your back is to the elevator. And inside Strawberry House, Strawberry Hall is on your left when your back is to the elevator.
So, I'm gonna make a small amendment to my tall tower theory. What I had originally proposed was that the elevator kind of goes around here. And that's still, I suppose, possible if it's on like some sort of weird track. The other possibility is that it's on a vertical track. This is hard to draw something on a 2D plane to describe 3D space, but that it's on a vertical track and that it just kind of swivels from facing this way to facing that way. As it ascends, it kind of goes like around like so. So that's possible if the actual like positioning of the main rooms here is like slightly offset in a three-dimensional space. That is something that I cannot adequately illustrate here. Either way, I don't think it super duper matters. I think that the core of the solution is still the same, but there is the possibility that this specific orientation is not 100% correct. Okay, disclaimer out of the way, let's move on.
Which means the houses are on exact opposite sides of the tower. Answer me, fiend! What does this mean?
What does this mean? I gotta say though, I didn't pick up on it earlier. Obviously, Kazuichi being into Sonya was obvious, but I didn't pick up on it until this chapter that Sonya is definitely into Gundam. And I really appreciate that subtlety in the storytelling. And I'm curious what's gonna happen if Gundam is the killer here, and Sonya's just lost him. I think that's really interesting. And it's good writing that they're not like shoving that right in our face, you know? If the two houses are connected vertically, the position of the tower should be the same in both houses. But in fact, when my back was facing the elevator in Grape House, the tower was on my right. And when my back was facing the elevator in Strawberry House, the tower was on my left. Yeah, I don't know if the halls are perfectly in the same spot on the actual floor plan. All right. Kazuichi's account. Here we go.
If the two houses are connected vertically,
The elevator should move.
vertically, not horizontally.
However, at both houses, if the contact elevator is behind you, the towers are in opposite directions.
Which
That's
means
probably
your
the one I
reasoning-
contradict.
It's clearly contradictory.
What's with this iron curtain of teamwork?
I am normally not like a shipping kind of guy. I don't normally care about that, but like for this game in particular, I'm really enjoying the character dynamics, the subtle character dynamics of Akane and Fuyuhiko, Gundam and Sonya, and Ibuki and me, myself, the living person in real space.
If the two houses are connected vertically,
The elevator should move.
vertically, not
However, at both, if the contact elevator is behind you, the towers are in opposite directions.
Oh, okay. Surprising.
Damn it!
If the two houses are connected vertically,
The elevator should move.
vertically, not horizontally.
Okay.
No, that's wrong! The elevator wasn't just moving vertically. Isn't that right, Kazuichi?
Huh? Me?
Come on. You used the elevator while you were holding that compass Nagito gave you, right?
Ah, that. Yeah, that's pretty strange. From start to finish, somehow the compass needle rotated 180 degrees.
This game got a fleet of shippers, you mean? Because yeah, I mean, I said before, I really liked the cast. Like, I think overall the cast of this game is stronger than the cast of the first game, and I thought the cast of the first game was pretty strong. Don't forget the ship of Nagito X Hope, though.
Rotated 180 degrees?
Meaning, as the elevator moved between the two houses, it also rotated 180 degrees.
Nice use of the spinning transition there.
It
Okay,
was probably
so my
following
initial
the
thought
building's
was correct.
perimeter as it rotated to the other side. Which means the exit would be on the opposite side once you arrived at the other house, right?
And thanks to that, the tower we saw on our right side when we arrived at Grape House appeared on our left side when we were at Strawberry House.
There's like a whole 15 frames to that animation.
Rotates while it moves.
I was actually
Is that
counting.
even possible? It's like something from an amusement park.
Correct.
Well, a funhouse is an amusement park attraction, you know. And since the building doesn't really need to be structurally practical, it makes for some splendid fun.
That's not splendid at all. You're inhuman.
You say I'm inhuman, but I'm just a bear. So I was never human to begin with. I'm different from these lowly humans.
So we're done with the secret of the funhouse, right? Then let's start talking about the important stuff. What's the ultimate weapon that killed Nekomaru? And how'd they combine it with the pillar?
Huh? You still don't know what the ultimate weapon is yet? It's what I found at the Octagon, you know.
What is the Octagon? I haven't heard about that yet.
Oh my... I can't believe I have to explain that now. As long as you know what an Octagon means, you can solve this simple mystery easily.
All right, Chiaki, your time has come. What does an octagon mean?
I see!
If I recall, an octagon is a shape with 8 sides, right?
I didn't expect you to know that. For a substitute reserve course student, you're quite knowledgeable.
Bro, Nagito, how stupid do you think I am? Everyone knows what an octagon is. If you're a high school student and you don't know what an octagon is, I have some serious concerns.
I guess I should continue listening. Where is the place befitting of the name Octagon?
place befitting of the name Octagon. It's probably, if I have to navigate this in 3D, I'm gonna flip my lid. No, okay. So it would be, this is the final dead room, right? Or is this the elevator? I think this is the final dead room. No, this can't be the final dead room because when you walk into the final dead room from the inside, the photo that Nagito took was from the left here. Oh, I had a timer? Oh, son of a gun. Don't tell me, you've totally given up on thinking and we're doing something else. Otherwise, there's no way you'd reach the time limit for such an easy problem. Crap! Damn it, what the hell am I doing? I need to hurry it up and think it over one more time. Am I wrong? I'm gonna take this out just because when Nagito went into the final dead room, right? Alright, back to MS Paint. Back to MS Paint. So, Nagito went into the final dead room, which I'm gonna say was right here. Alright? And then in the final dead room, so the entrance to the final dead room was here. The exit to the final dead room was here. We know that for a fact. And when you walked into the octagon, it looked like this. It rounded this like little corner, right? And so the window that we saw was over here. And in the picture that we saw, there was the hall and the tower over here, which would mean that it would be a leftward angle to view the tower. But if we look at this image here, that yellow box would be in the opposite orientation. So if I click on that and it says that that's correct, this is just a flat out mistake by the developers. I'm gonna do it, and I think that's the elevator, but that means where is the octagon? It's on the 3rd floor, like back in this corner on the opposite side, because it would be underneath the final dead room in an area that I can't click on. Grape House is the octagon, but isn't Grape House 6-sided? Look, see? Okay, no, that is the elevator. So do I have to click like over here? Or am I clicking on the like the 3rd floor of Strawberry House? Crap! Crap! I know where the octagon is. It's no use, I can't go on any longer. I don't have any options. Everyone doubts me, blah blah blah. Is there a way to rotate the image? I tried with the mouse. It's maybe...
We will never give up!
Maybe with the keyboard I can rotate it, but there was never like a box that told me that I could do that. Like there's no on-screen button prompts or anything. Yeah, I can't rotate the image. Crap! Crap! Like everywhere I click over here, where it would be in 3D space.
Here!
There we go, okay. That was...
You're
just
talking
bad.
About the secret room surrounded by concrete in the depths of the final dead room.
They should have just flipped that image 180 and it would have been fine.
Why is that place the octagon?
You know how the 4-sided Strawberry House is on top of the 6-sided Grape House? If you cut a 4-sided shape out of a 6-sided one, you get 8 edges. it becomes an 8-sided shape.
That's basically the gist of it. The true identity of the octagon is that secret room in the depths of the final dead room.
Okay, that's not what I concluded,
In
but
actuality,
I see what we're
the
going
place
with.
contained various weapons.
Then the ultimate weapon was there too?
That's a little different. I learned the true identity of the
I
ultimate
feel like
weapon
most
at
people
the
wouldn't
octagon.
arrive at that conclusion organically.
The true identity
Maybe I'm
of
wrong.
the ultimate weapon is the Funhouse. Which means the killer used the building structure as their weapon and killed Nekomaru. Like me, the killer probably realized the secret of the Funhouse from the scenery. And then thought of a way to kill making use of the building structure.
The funhouse itself is the weapon, so they killed using the building structure?
That's why the killer tried to keep us from learning the mystery of the building. But more importantly, using the building itself as a weapon? Such a spectacular crime. It truly deserves to be called the ultimate weapon.
Funhouse is the true identity of the ultimate weapon. What does this mean? How did the killer use that to murder Nekomaru? They didn't use it to murder Nekomaru. They used it to get their own alibi. Well, it's possible they also used it to try to murder Nekomaru, and that's what the, what's up with the elevator? With the rope, if my decapitation theory is correct. Why, hello there! I thought of a new bad word to call Monami. I can already tell I won't be pleased by this. Then let me say it right away. I am already used to the insults and slander. There's no way I'll get hurt by a mere word. Monami is a serious stoufatly. That's much more straightforward than I expected. Stoufatly, huh? That's not it. That's not it at all. Stupid, fat, and ugly. The perfect jet stream attack incorporating all three of these would be... Ta-da! Stoufatly. There's a fat hidden in there?
Okay, everyone, all together now. Monami is a serious stoufatly.
These little interludes are... they seem very unnecessary. Like, the ones in...
Hello. I hope your day is well.
The Monokuma theaters in the first game felt meaningful in a certain way, and maybe the Monokuma theaters in this game are also meaningful in a way that I just haven't deciphered, but the mid-trial interludes are very bizarre, and they don't really seem to contribute anything.
I'm trying to force myself to be more energetic, or else my mental state won't be able to keep up. My heart's thumping like crazy. I might as well have a laid-back, so what attitude and go ahead with high energy. Yeehaw! But be careful that your batteries don't run out for various reasons. And just like I say each time, don't forget to save frequently.
This also comes at a weird time. Like, the game reminds you to save about 4 text lines after prompting you to autosave. Like, was there not autosave features in the PSP version of this?
I never expected the funhouse itself to be the ultimate weapon. Oh well, let's just press on ahead.
I love Chiaki.
Is it really alright to accept a situation so easily?
I mean, that's not what's important. The thing that's really important is... the killer who used the building structure. Like, who's Mekomaru's murderer?
But is it really okay to believe the building is the weapon? Nagito said it, you know.
There's no way I'd lie at such an important moment. I don't want to die either.
What happened to the bastard who kept saying how much they didn't mind dying?
He's right. There was a time when I thought I could become a stepping stone for your hopes, but I will sincerely retract that remark.
Retract?
I'm disappointed too, you know. If this was a murder for the sake of hope, I'd happily sacrifice myself.
You say such falsehoods, per usual. There is no such thing as murder for the sake of hope. Murder is simply murder.
I love the way he says
Sacrificing
murder.
others for one's own desires. Even one as diabolical as I would avoid such actions.
Laying it on thick, Gundam.
It's fine. Let's just leave him alone and find out who killed Coach Nekomaru as fast as we can. Just so you know, it's not like I'm getting hungry or anything, you know.
Akane! You're drooling waterfalls?
Nagito, as usual, I can't tell what he's thinking. I have no idea if he's serious or not.
Anyway, if the killer used the building's structure, why don't we think about how they used it?
How they killed Nekomaru.
It might be better if we clarify the cause of death first, don't you think?
Yes, please. Nekomaru's cause of death, huh? He was horribly damaged as he was beaten senseless with a blunt object. But if he was beaten with a blunt object, it wouldn't be a kill that utilized the building's structure. So what was Nekomaru's cause of death that also utilized the building structure? Oh, is that what we're saying? Oh, okay. Got it. So if I'm understanding correctly what we're insinuating here, then my answer is actually not this, that he was hanged and that is what decapitated him. You know, the thing coming down, but that he was actually... Hang on, here we go. So, I'm gonna draw things a little bit more segmented here. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit more. This may be the last time that I have to reference MS Paint tonight. So, we've got this. We've got the door handle. And then we have the floor. We're just gonna pretend that this floor is up here right now. We're just gonna say that right now the floor is on Strawberry Tower. Then we have Grape Tower. And we've got... I'll do here. We've got our pillars here. And then once it goes down here, it becomes Grape Tower like so, with our pillars here. So what we're saying here is that Mechamaru was tied up and was wrapped, suspended by the doorknob. Then, because he was in sleep mode and all of his things were non-functioning and he wasn't moving at all, the killer then left. Here we go. The killer left the tower as Strawberry Tower, came back and triggered it as Grape Tower. So then the body just dangled there while the floor and the pillars descended. Then at 7:30, when the alarm went off, Mechamaru awakened and freaked out and started struggling, and that is what caused the handle to break, perhaps. And then he fell, hit his head on the tower, or on the pillar, which caused the pillar to fall over, caused him to land on top of all of the rubble. That ends up with all of the oil on the top of the pillar and everything in place. That's what I think we're getting at here. That's one strong door handle. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But I have to suspend some of my disbelief.
I see! That's it. I think he might have died from falling.
Died from falling?
If the Funhouse's secret is that it's a structure where both towers and houses are vertically connected, then the killer made use of its height and caused Nekomaru to die from falling.
Are you saying they pushed him off? Where'd they push him off from?
That I don't know yet.
Don't just make things up when you don't know the method. Where in that building would you even be able to push someone off in the first place?
Yeah, this is the only trial where Gundam has been so standoffish.
You could push him off the 4th floor when the elevator is on the 1st floor.
Did you forget how the elevator functions? When it's on the 1st floor, the door on the 4th floor won't open.
Saying he died from falling is truly incorrect. You should burn in the flames of hell.
But my gut is going crazy right now.
If Nekomaru died from falling, where did the killer shove Nekomaru from? If I'm gonna reach the truth behind this incident, I need to solve that mystery next. Alright. Broken doorknob might be our answer here.
When the elevator is on the 1st floor, you can't go through the door on the 4th floor.
It'd be impossible to shove off the victim from up there.
Then, how about this? After locking Mechamaru inside the elevator, they moved the elevator from the 4th floor to the 1st floor and made use of the drop.
Hold on! Did you forget the elevator has a sensor? As long as there's a moving object inside,
Okay, so we're gonna use the
the
sleep
other door
button.
won't open. Which means the elevator wouldn't have moved either.
That must be the threshold of that elevator.
Alright, yep.
When the elevator is on the 1st floor, you can't go through the door on the 4th floor.
It'd be impossible to shove...
Then, after locking they moved the elevator and made use of the drop.
Hold on! Did you forget the elevator has... As long as there's a moving object inside.
No, that's wrong! That sensor should only work if something is moving. If Nekomaru wasn't moving inside, the elevator sensor wouldn't have detected anything.
Could it be his sleep mode?
When Nekomaru's goodnight button is pressed, all of his functions shut down, and he enters sleep mode. If he's in sleep mode, the elevator sensor wouldn't have noticed him, right?
I see. So that's how...
However, even if they moved the elevator in that manner, Nekomaru would have just moved along with it. There would have been no drop for him to fall and die from. Yes?
That's what I was about to explain, before Kazuichi interrupted me.
Silence, pest!
Now you're calling me a pest?
Kazuichi is kind of getting the short end of the straw here, though. A way to create the drop inside the elevator while Nekomaru is still in it. Jackie seems to have an idea, but what way could that be? The wire. Or the broken doorknob, one of these two things.
If you arrange it a certain way, you can cause the drop within the elevator.
So you're telling us all to think about the arrangement, right?
That arrangement is...
The hammer is suspicious.
No, Sonia.
Isn't it about time we went over the pillar again?
What about the oil on the floor?
The doorknob on the floor seems suspicious.
I think caused the drop right there.
How about
Either
we all
that or
shut
the
up and listen
wire.
to what Chiaki has to say.
Silence, pest!
Don't be so cold.
Smartest thing
What if I
Kazuichi has said
start
the
to
whole
enjoy
game.
it?
Kazuichi, no! You're better than this. If Nekomaru is inside the elevator, how can you create a difference in elevation? So I don't know if I'm going to
If you arrange it
say
a certain way,
the doorknob caused the drop
you can
or
cause
the
the drop
wire
within the elevator.
and agree with the doorknob. I'm gonna say
So
the
you're
wire
telling us
though, I
all-
think.
To think about the arrangement.
that arrangement...
The hammer is suspicious. Isn't it about time?
What about the oil on the floor?
The doorknob on the floor seems suspicious.
Okay, yeah.
I agree with that.
We're not making a whole lot of use of the capturing other truth bullets thing.
Didn't the doorknob have scrape marks on it? That might have been where it got scraped by the wire.
Is that the same wire that was tied around Nekomaru?
The tip of that wire was tied into a loop. If the elevator moved while that loop part hung from the doorknob,
If they did something like that, he would have been suspended in midair.
That's right. He was suspended in midair.
Huh?
The killer tied up Nekomaru with the wire while he was in sleep mode. Tied the tip of the wire into a knot and hung it on the doorknob to the 4th floor. With that, they moved the elevator from the 4th floor to the 1st floor of Grape Tower. And suspended Nekomaru in midair.
That's right! He was so well hung! Kinda like...
Monokuma, we knew this as soon as we saw him.
the killer took advantage of the elevator's unique feature. Only the floor moves. By doing that, they created a drop so Nekomaru could fall to his death.
Too easy.
All right,
What
another
if
one of
they
these.
created a drop? There's no way you can make him fall and die with just that.
I'm assuming this is where I'll use the clock.
If Nekomaru is suspended in midair like that, then how do you get him to fall? Because if he's suspended in midair, he won't die if he doesn't actually fall. Even if they suspended Nekomaru, how would they make him fall? There's no one in the tower to push him off. There's no way they could do that.
I'm used to things having a lot of health. I was not
Even if
expecting
they
all of these to
suspended
get
Nekomaru from
slashed
how
away
would
in a
they
single
make him
slice.
fall? There's no one in the tower to push him off. There's no way they could do that.
Yeah, good enough.
It doesn't mean someone had to push him off. It's possible that he fell on his own.
What? Nekomaru fell on his own? Nekomaru should have still been in sleep mode, right?
Allow me to cut through those words.
All right, one of the easier versions of that.
What do you think would happen if Nekomaru woke up while he was suspended upside down in midair?
What are you saying? Like, how would he even wake up?
He has an alarm inside his body. As long as it was armed, it would have deactivated his sleep mode. Which means the killer set the alarm before they suspended Nekomaru.
If you woke up from an alarm and realized you were hanging upside down and had no clue why, If something like that happened to you, you would start panicking a lot, right? Instinctively, your body would start moving. Mechamaru probably did exactly that.
And then, in order to make him fall from the force he was generating, the wire was hung on the tip of the doorknob so it would easily slip off. In actuality, the scrape marks caused by the wire were near the tip of the doorknob, right?
But Nekomaru didn't fall because the wire came off, right?
He fell because the entire doorknob came off.
When Nekomaru awoke, he must have struggled much more than expected, which caused the doorknob to break off.
I'm sorry. I'm on board with the overall solution here, but you are telling me that the killer was able to tie up Nekomaru and hang a loop on a doorknob like this in such a way that when the floor dipped and the body started, you know, repositioning from the gravity, and the wire went from being slack to being taut, they were able to do that so very precisely that it would only just not pull the handle down. That's crazy. I'm more inclined to believe the handle is fake, but we know that's not true because people tried, like, pulling it.
Was that unexpected for the killer?
Oh, cheers,
too?
Ralka man.
Well, that's probably it. If they knew it'd leave behind evidence like that, they would have at least tried to do something to cover it up.
The killer didn't expect the doorknob to come off. The reason that even happened was because...
In that case, I shall use my full power!
With an fierce roar, Nekomaru put all his power into grabbing the doorknob with both hands. But... clatter, 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 clatter.
Not yet. Here it comes. The incredible strength of 1,000,000 horsepower!
Oh wait, isn't it creaking? If you break off the doorknob, we'll be stuck in here. Who's your favorite character at the moment? Ibuki. Ibuki, without a doubt. I enjoy Ibuki so much. After Ibuki, Gundam is also a top favorite. Chapters 3 and 4 thus far are shaping up to be very tragic for me. If my prediction about Gundam being the killer here is correct, then that's the clue Nekomaru left for us to
I
find.
see. So that's how Nekomaru fell to his death.
Do you finally understand now?
Yeah. It appears it's just as Miss Sonia said. I'm just a pest. No, I'm not just a pest. I'm a total fucking pig. Isn't that right, Miss Sonia? If I'm a fucking pig, you can say so.
Kazuichi, no! Man, there was a point in like really early chapter 2 where I thought that you were cool. I thought that you were gonna be one of the down-to-earth ones. You were gonna be grounded. You were gonna be a bro. This ain't bro behavior, dude.
No, I believe you gave your all.
Hey, why aren't you teasing me anymore?
This guy, he gets off on this! So thanks to that alarm, Nekomaru ended up falling while he was still hanging upside down. That doesn't mean he just crashed straight into the floor. Of course, you know that too, right?
Down-to-earth people won't survive a killing game? I feel like Yasuhiro was pretty down-to-earth. You know? He was pretty chill. I'd go out and just have a drink with Yasuhiro. Of course, he's older, so a little bit more emotionally mature than the rest of the cast, to be fair. The moment Nekomaru fell to the floor, the only thing I can think of that happened to him was he collided with... Cola came out of his eyes. I love it.
I see.
The ultimate weapon, heights, just ask like half of all
Nekomaru
Disney
fell to the
villains,
floor.
true, especially in the
He ended up colliding
90s.
with the pillar. Isn't that it?
Finally, the pillar!
Yes,
So
Akane.
that's how the pillar shattered, and why oil was spilled all over the place.
See, I told you the pillar was the weapon. My gut was totally right.
Well, the pillar was a bonus. It's not even clear if the killer intended that, or if it was just a coincidence.
Honestly, Asahina was mostly chill aside from Chapter 4. I agree with that, but also even in the context of Chapter 4, like, this is a girl who has gone through immense trauma and then follows that up with immense grief. Like, that combined with, like, the feeling of guilt that she was feeling there, I get it, dude. I don't think that was out of character for her.
At this point, it is quite difficult to find a clue that will lead to the killer.
No, it's not. There is one
Then
very,
what
very
about the
conspicuous
alarm?
thing. Yep, there it is. Thank you,
I'm
Fuyuhiko.
positive the alarm was set for 7:30 a.m.
Oh, that
And
alarm.
if we map it out from there...
Hold on, baby gangsta.
Stop calling me baby gangsta!
What'd you just say? Did you say the alarm was set for 7:30 a.m.?
You didn't check it yourself? Nekomaru's alarm was set for 7:30 a.m.
Nah, that's impossible. Because even though I slept in a little, I still got to the tower at 7 in the morning.
Now that you mention it, so did I. There was no way I could be late for Monokuma Tai Chi, so I left for Grape Tower before 7 a.m.
And if we found Nekomaru's body there, it would have been before the 7:30 a.m. alarm went off.
It appears yet another contradiction has been birthed. How were you able to discover Nekomaru died at 7:30 a.m. when you went to the tower at 7?
That's what I want to know!
Another mystery I don't understand. Seriously, it's just one after another. But I can't choke up at a time like this. Just a little more and I'll be able to reach the truth. So I don't think we have any truth bullets that directly reference the clocks being tampered with. Fuyuhiko said the clocks were the same, but we don't have a truth bullet that states that. So I might have to absorb a truth bullet this time. I'll preload Fuyuhiko
We
though.
headed for Grape Tower. Before 7 a.m., I am certain.
But the alarm inside Nekomaru's chest was set for 7:30 a.m.
Nekomaru died because of that alarm, right?
His time of death and the time the body was discovered. One of those must be an illusion.
The killer probably did some tampering. They probably messed with the clock inside Nekomaru's chest.
Okay, so this is where we get the radio clock. Akane has two little brain cells for Fuyuhiko. Like that heart-to-heart he had with her earlier just went over her head. It was so unproductive. I mean, like, first of all, I don't think that his relationship with Peko could ever be a conventional romance, you know? I don't think that the two of them could ever have been together because of what Peko was fundamentally. She did not consider herself a person. She considered herself a tool and was committed to that, devoted to that since birth. I'm sure that Fuyuhiko saw her that way as well, or saw her as a human rather than as an object. But even so, I don't think I necessarily read into that as attraction. I read into that as you are a person who I have known my whole life. You are a person who has been with me, have been by my side since I was a child, and I cannot stand to lose you. I seem to recall there was a moment where Fuyuhiko was about to say I love you, and that is a powerful thing to say to somebody, but I could see that being not necessarily an expression of attraction or romance. but as just genuine connection on a personal level. I tell my friends I love them all the time, and I mean that with all of my heart. I have very profound feelings on love that I will not go into at this time, because I will go off for like 20 minutes probably about that, but I think that there's room for someone who is not Peko. As for the Akane and Fuyuhiko thing, she is a little bit of a ditz for him. I agree with that. But the fact that he was willing to go out of his way and really push his comfort zone to have this heart-to-heart with someone like that, I think that shows growth, and I think that that's something that you wouldn't do unless someone mattered to you, you know? Even if the thing that brings them together is tragedy. So you believe he meant it platonically? I think that there is something stronger than platonic that is not necessarily romantic. Yeah, for Yukane, I can see as funny crack pairing, but as serious ship, it wouldn't work? Nah, it would work. It would work, 100%. I need to crush one possibility at a time. Alright, so we know what we're doing. We're gonna use the radio clock on the tampered with line.
The alarm inside was set for 7. Nekomaru died because of that.
His time of death in the top. One of those must.
The killer probably did some tampering. They probably messed with the clock inside Nekomaru's chest.
Nope. God damn it. I wasn't expecting the second white noise to show up.
Before 7 a.m.
But the alarm inside was set for 7. Nekomaru died because of
His time of death and the time the body. One of those must be an illusion.
The killer probably did some tampering. They probably messed with the clock inside Nekomaru's chest.
Oh, okay.
No,
good, that's fine. Vent for Yukane, Copium.
No, the clock inside his chest was a radio clock, so it would have been impossible to mess with.
Yes, I know I have the slowdown, but in my defense, I didn't think I needed it at that time, because I wasn't expecting the other white noise. I thought I was in the clear, and by the time it showed up, it was too late for me to react, even if I had been ready with the slowdown.
So you're saying there's no way the killer could have tampered with the clock?
Maybe the clock Miss Sonia saw was the one that got tampered with.
The clock inside Grape House?
No, I checked all the clocks inside the Funhouse.
Oh, that's what I asked you to do. So you really listened to me and checked all the clocks.
And because of that, I can confidently declare that all the clocks had the same time displayed.
So it must have been a 2-hour
There's
difference
no
instead of a 1-hour
possibility
difference.
That the time was tampered with. Then we must doubt that human's testimony.
Please believe me, we are not lying.
Then maybe it's a misunderstanding?
I never misunderstand. I'll crush you into dog food.
Akane, I think you do misunderstand. This time-related contradiction, I don't think I should doubt the testimonies. I should doubt the clock. There's no mistake that something was done, but... what was it? Brain dive, logic dive? Come on, come on, come on, logic dive. Maybe we've overlooked something, maybe we're misunderstanding something. Come on, Hajime! Come on, Hajime! Think. If I focus and think, I should be able to find the answer to that mystery. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go! Yeah, baby! Best part of this game. Okay. I have to remind myself of the controls every time I start. Well, that wasn't very challenging. What did Hajime and the others misunderstand? The time in the building. Okay, it looks like my jump is about 3 squares in length. Oh, okay. That was unexpected. I didn't clear my mouse pad. I didn't need to clear it for the last one, and then I forgot to clear it for this one. All right. One of these days, I'm gonna get a flawless one. The building's clocks were tampered with. Whoa! Okay, yeah, maybe I do sometimes need to lay off the accelerator. Which house had the wrong time? Both houses. Someday I'm gonna get a perfect logic dive.
It's all coming together.
Remember when you said you wished earlier there was
said
more
you
than one
checked all the
logic dive
clocks
for
inside the
trial?
building.
Yes.
Isn't
Chapter
that
4,
right,
not
Fuyuhiko?
disappointing.
Yeah, none of the clocks had the wrong time.
But what if all those clocks have been messed with?
What? All the clocks?
So even if you checked all the clocks inside the building, there's no way you'd have noticed it.
I see. So the killer messed with the time inside the whole building by changing all the clocks.
So that's what it was. There's no way I would have noticed that.
This is truly fantastic!
Now's not the time to be pleased. More importantly, how much was the time off?
2 hours. If I'm remembering my timeline correctly. Because we heard the bang at 5:30, if I remember correctly. I need to clarify how much time the killer messed with the clocks. That's definitely the next mystery. I'm gonna reach the truth in one go. Logic dive round 3. Nah. So Akane's account or Fuyuhiko's account could be useful, but I'm gonna preload
If the building was
Akane's.
all messed up, then we can only rely on Nekomaru's radio clock.
The time of death was clearly 7:30 a.m.
Agreed.
The problem is, what time would 7:30 be? In our time.
Are there any clues that can be used to narrow that down?
If only I heard the sound when he fell. It would have
Akane's
been a
account
great
right there,
clue.
I think.
Or his scream.
He's not the type to let out a scream.
True.
If only Nekomaru's alarm was loud enough, we would have heard it too.
There's no point in saying that. If does not exist in this world.
So, I guess I hadn't considered that angle before, that they used the ringing alarm clock in Strawberry House to cover the sound of his alarm. Is wall clock one of my bullets?
If the time in the building was all messed up,
No, okay, so maybe
then we can only
Akane's.
rely on Nekomaru's radio
The broken
clock.
doorknob doesn't help, the clock's
The time
alarm
of
timer, Nagito's sudden appearance, yeah, none of that
was
matters.
clearly 7:30 a.m.
The problem is, what time would...
I just need to double check. What was Fuyuhiko's? That he saw Nekomaru going at around 5 a.m., okay?
In our time.
Are there any clues that can be used to
If only I heard the sound when he fell.
Are you happy I used the slowdown that time?
That's right. We should have heard the sound he made when he fell. Wasn't it that rumbling noise?
Rumbling?
I thought it was just an earthquake, so I went back to sleep. Was that the sound from when Nekomaru fell?
Well, a huge body fell from the 4th floor to the 1st, and the pillar fell with it. It's obvious we'd hear the impact sound.
We heard that noise too.
It was when we were gathered at the Strawberry House Lounge. What is it, Sonia?
Oh, well. That sound everyone heard? I did not hear it at all.
Huh?
You probably didn't hear it because you were sleeping.
I could not sleep at all. I was awake the whole night with hunger pangs.
Or Sonia.
There's nothing to worry about. What's important is that rumbling noise anyway.
If we use that rumbling sound as a reference, we might be able to figure
Oh,
out
come
how
on,
much our
y'all. You
time
are
is
so
off.
close to picking up on the red flag.
I heard that sound probably around 5:30 in the morning.
Huh? You can tell?
I instantly woke up and left my room. And that's when I saw the clock in the lounge.
Excellent work, Akane!
I love the muscle, Sonia. That rumbling sound we heard was at 5:30 a.m. It's like the answer to how much time off was literally right in front of me. I really love that this is presented as a difficult choice.
I see!
Nekomaru's alarm went off at 7:30, and if we heard the sound of his impact at 5:30, that means our time was off by 2 hours.
2 hours? That much?
We were starving pretty badly. There's no way we would have noticed.
Plus, the Funhouse has no windows. And there weren't any Monokuma announcements either.
However, for what reason did the killer alter our perception of time?
Now, I will say, there is nothing 100% concrete that guarantees that it was Gundam. I still think that is the most likely answer to this, but there is an argument to be made that it's Kazuichi as well, based on tampering with the button in the elevator. Like, he is by far the most qualified to do that. I don't think that it was him, but there is an argument that could be made here.
The reason is obvious. So they could lure out just Nekomaru. If you messed with the clocks and used a specific thing, you definitely get Nekomaru to the tower alone, right?
Okay, I definitely way overthought the whole way that we lured Nekomaru to the tower. Because if it's off by 2 hours, then he went to go do Tai Chi alone.
From there, the killer's plan was a splendid success. That's all it means.
Besides messing with time, the killer also used a specific thing. If they were trying to lure out Nekomaru, then that thing is...
I see!
massage time.
That's it. The killer made use of the Monokuma Tai Chi activity in the morning.
How did they use it?
We were required to go to Grape Tower every morning at 7 a.m. for that activity, right? But if they mess with all the clocks inside the building, what would that do to us?
We wouldn't be able to attend on time, but that wouldn't affect Nekomaru. His radio clock had the exact time.
That's right. In doing so, the killer was able to lure him to the tower by himself at the precise time.
I do believe that Gundam was present when that conversation happened. I remember that took place in front of the castle. I might even have notes about that, actually. Fourth Island is amusement park. Funhouse, roller coaster, DR1 file. No. Did I not take notes about that? Huh, this is the... Oh, no, here it is, here it is. Huh, okay, so I didn't note who was present for that conversation, but I'm positive that Soda was, I don't remember if Gundam was there, but I think he was. I think he was like hanging out to the left. I'm pretty sure I remember him being there. Because we had discussion about like the hamsters and the mice, I think.
Then, when I witnessed Nekomaru early in the morning...
If I recall, you witnessed Nekomaru around 5 a.m. And if that time was also 2 hours off, it should have been 7 a.m. Yeah, that's pretty much it. At that time, he was heading over to Monokuma Tai Chi, right on schedule.
I see. Now that I think about it, I realize what Monokuma meant when he said those words.
Too early. He didn't even ask you yet.
Jeez, how outrageous. I honestly didn't expect everyone to ditch Monokuma Tai Chi. But it turned out like this after all, so I guess it can't be helped.
When you said everyone, you were including us, right? We thought we came to the tower on time, but in truth, it was way past the meeting time.
Ah, jeez. That's, well, how should I put it? What was it? You know, tripping over a foot or something like that.
Are you talking about tripping over someone else's fault?
I've never heard that expression
Too
before.
bad.
Liar! I'm right!
That's not it. It's incorrect.
That's definitely the correct answer.
Is that a real phrase that people say?
Get so stubborn like
Tripping
this.
over someone else's
Let's
fault?
just ignore the peanut gallery. Now that we've found out how the killer lured Nekomaru, the number of suspects has drastically decreased.
Huh?
Hey, why would that decrease the number of suspects? Don't be a friggin' liar!
You'll know I'm not lying when you listen to what Fuyuhiko's going to say next.
Huh? What the hell do you mean?
You witnessed Nekomaru going toward the tower. Did something else happen after that?
Are you talking about that alarm?
Alarm?
A little while after I witnessed Nekomaru, the clock in the Strawberry House lounge started going off. Plus, it was just before that rumbling sound occurred. That's it. So that's what it is.
So this is where we're gonna get an answer to the one thing that really didn't quite land clearly for me, which is where did the people in Strawberry House come from and where did they go before and after the alarm? Because if Gundam came from his room, or if Kazuichi came from his room, then neither of them can have been present to press the button and tie up Nekomaru, because Fuyuhiko says that he stayed in the lounge that whole time. So if he sees anyone who came and went from another place, then that locks them in. But anybody who was in their room from the time that Nekomaru left up to the alarm, their alibi is rock solid now.
If Nekomaru died when the rumble happened, then whoever
But I
doesn't
don't know
have
if
an
that
alibi at the
detail was
time is
ever
the
made
prime
explicit.
suspect.
Really? Was there anyone who didn't have an alibi at that time?
I remember now. The sound was so loud I couldn't help bolting from my room. But there was one guy who never left the lounge. We were both on the same floor. It's pretty weird that bastard never came out of his guest room.
Which means that person does not have an alibi for when Nekomaru fell?
Who isn't? Who's the bastard?
It's whoever doesn't have an alibi for that time, right? No, Hajime. One of those people was using it. to establish an alibi for themselves. I mean, to be fair, we have not seen Byakuya for this entire time. He has the least established alibi of all. Now, it seems to be indicating Nagito, but he is not the person that I suspect. So I'm curious what happens if I point at Gundam right now.
I was aware that the lounge clock was ringing. After all, I rushed over there, didn't I? And then, when the rumbling noise occurred soon after, I was with the others when Nekomaru fell. What would you call this if not an alibi?
Crap! You're right. He's not the one who doesn't have an alibi. Alright, fine.
You're the only one! The one who wasn't there. It's you, right, Nagito?
That's right. Nagito wasn't there. It was just me, Gundam, and Fuyuhiko.
You didn't come out, even though the alarm was going off like crazy. You weren't in your room, were you?
If that's the case, where were you?
Please, say something!
Nagito's disappointed right now because the rest of the class hasn't picked up on the obvious.
If I may be frank, even if I wanted to go to the lounge, I couldn't.
You couldn't? What do you mean?
It's merely the foolish talk of the weak.
Not only did I not hear the alarm, I never even heard that rumbling sound.
He couldn't...
You're definitely fucking lying.
However, that is also true for me. It is obvious that I did not hear the alarm in Strawberry House. But I did not hear the rumbling sound either. Is that not strange? I mean, everyone else heard it.
To be honest, it's not just them. The same goes for me too.
Huh?
I was in a pretty deep sleep, so I thought that's why I couldn't hear it, but... It wasn't that. I probably couldn't hear it at all.
Yes, correct.
Couldn't hear it? What does that mean?
You still don't know. Think about what the three of us who didn't hear a sound have in common, and I'm sure you'll figure it out.
I will say, I think I really like, in terms of the structure of the way that the class trial is presented, I like that we didn't have an evidence bullet for this, and that instead it comes out as a selection in the dialogue, because if you do not remember that detail, if you did not pick up on it at the time, then that showing up as a truth bullet would tip you off that something, you know, must have to do with that for the case, right? And if you kind of get quote unquote spoiled in that way, then it's a little bit of a shame. But like conversely, if you have to rely on yourself to figure it out, then remembering that detail, picking up on that detail, and figuring it out yourself that way suddenly becomes much more satisfying and exciting. Or if you didn't take notes like this mad lad. The only people who didn't hear the rumbling noise were Nagito, Sonia, and Chiaki. The secret is what these three have in common. Could this also be the secret that points to the killer? Oh my god! Deluxe rooms! Are these gonna hit each other? No, they're not. Ah! Ah! Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you. Good god. Oh, that is not where my mouse was. Editor, roll that one back, check the tapes. What? 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 You all saw that, right? Most X-rated game I've ever played on stream. I wasn't looking. Do it again. Extreme.
Nagito, Sonia, and Chiaki. The three of you were staying in deluxe rooms, right? If I recall, the deluxe rooms are...
The guest rooms are divided up by quality grade. The deluxe room is soundproof and has excellent air insulation. The standard room may have so-so insulation, but it's still pretty decent. And the crummy room has severe airflow and draft problems.
The reason we could not hear the rumbling noise...
That's right. It was because the deluxe rooms have superior sound insulation. You actually noticed that. Nice catch, Hajime. Are you using your ultimate reserve corps student talent?
What a jerk.
Now,
I love him.
You guys must understand by now, right? The true identity of Nekomaru's killer.
Oh, hold on a sec. Why does that lead to who the killer is?
Why? Well, that fact just now is a very important clue, and a decisive factor in identifying the killer.
Alright, so now we get to enjoy the fact that I took these notes like a week and a half ago, and I specifically recall that at that time, the moment passed, and then I started taking the notes a few minutes later, and I was not 100% confident about my note-taking. But I wrote that Nagito and Gundam take the deluxe rooms, Nekomaru was in standard, Kazuichi and Fuyuhiko take crummy rooms. If I accidentally flipped these two, then that's just on me and that's my bad. But I still don't think that is the case.
Decisive factor?
Somehow I feel like I understand what Nagito means. The killer among us. The killer who murdered Nekomaru. Sorry, Gundam. I'm sorry either way. Either I get this right and I'm sorry that we had to do this way, or I get this wrong and I have been doubting you for literally no good reason for the last, like, 6 hours of gameplay.
You're the only one!
Gundam, my boy, I'm gonna
Gundam?
miss ya.
There's something I want to ask you. When the alarm rang at the Strawberry House Lounge, you rushed over there too, right?
What's wrong with that? If the bell of catastrophe rings throughout the night, it is the universe's providence to stop it.
Why were you able to hear it?
Hear what?
I mean, you were also staying in a deluxe room, right? Nagito was staying in a deluxe room in the same house on the same floor, and he couldn't even hear it. So why were you able to hear that alarm?
Now that you mention it...
Honestly, if Gundam hadn't come out here, he probably would have gotten away with this.
There's only one possibility. You weren't in your room at the time. That's why, even though you were staying in a deluxe room, you still went to the lounge. Am I right?
Gundam, you have some sort of explanation, right?
Gundam probably couldn't return to his room because of Fuyuhiko. Me? After you saw Nekomaru heading to the tower, you stayed at the lounge for a while. Am I correct? Until the moment that alarm started ringing, right?
And it's been a bad 2 chapters for me.
If you were in the lounge for that long, the killer who had left earlier obviously wouldn't be able to go back.
Even though Mekamaru's murder was a death trap that utilized the alarm in his chest, the killer still needed to prepare the murder in advance.
Like putting Nekomaru in sleep mode and tying him up with the wire.
In order to do that, the killer needed to be waiting for Nekomaru at the tower. Which means when Fuyuhiko witnessed Nekomaru, the killer was already at the tower.
I think we've pretty much used most of the evidence by now,
And
too.
once they tried to go back, they couldn't because Fuyuhiko was at the lounge.
In their original plan, the killer should have returned to their room before the alarm in the lounge went off. And they were supposed to stay in their room. They weren't planning to come out and go to the lounge.
Which means they wouldn't have heard the alarm or the rumbling sound, thus proving they were in the room.
Just like us.
The best case scenario would have been if those two in the lounge had gone to check the deluxe rooms. After all, if they personally saw the killer sleeping in their room, it gives the killer a stronger alibi. Unfortunately, they failed to secure that alibi.
Because I was in the lounge.
So the killer couldn't go back to their room, and ended up hearing the lounge's alarm.
Hey, what are you doing?
This ruckus. It's louder than the supreme ruler of the Netherwood bellowing for a sacrifice.
Don't go making all that noise so suddenly.
But why'd you come out? You should have hid till the excitement died down.
If Gundam tried to hide, and if those two went to his room to check on him, he would have been found out. That would have been the worst possible outcome. That's why he couldn't just stay hidden.
If those two had just checked the deluxe rooms as planned, that would have been ideal, but... How ironic. The moment Fuyuhiko set foot in the lounge, your plan was doomed.
How is Gundam gonna react to this, though, I wonder?
Please, can you at least say something?
But this is where I really like what we've been doing with Sonya, where like we haven't made it like super duper overt this whole time that she's into him. Like, yeah, it's pretty obvious, but like it's very slow burn. It's not something that like they really throw in your face the way they do with Kazuichi. And I really like that kind of more subtle storytelling of like it just feels more human, you know? The impact that this is going to have on Sonya, I feel like is going to be a lot more touching in a certain way.
Answer me this, including myself in my 4 dark devas of destruction. How many ears do we possess?
Huh?
The answer is 10. That's right, I possess 10 ears. That means I have 5 times the hearing of a normal human. The soundproof system here may as well not exist.
Is that your argument?
You bastard! Do you understand the situation you're in right now?
Do not panic. The truth shall now commence.
Oh no, Gundam.
At the time, I left my room to go to the bathroom. By coincidence, I heard the alarm. That's right. That's all it was. The world is always so simple.
Are you saying it was just a coincidence? Isn't that timing a little too perfect?
And yet, I'm being suspected by all of you. It seems it was actually horrible timing on my part.
I see. You're still holding out. Well, you don't have to admit it. We're going to decide who the killer is with the majority vote anyway. So, why don't we just go ahead and start voting? It's obvious that Gundam is the killer.
Nagito?
Hold on a second.
Nagito, it makes me very, very concerned when you do this, okay? Because I feel like we've wrapped up this investigation in a nice little bow, and now you're saying that as if we're on the wrong track here.
You know, Hajime, this class trial, this killing, it's merely the opening act, you know.
Hey! What do you mean the class trial is just the opening act?
Perhaps I should say, it's just a farce. Just a boring farce. So boring, so stressful. I'm so painfully bored that I might develop stomach ulcers. Seriously. Let's just hurry up and finish this before I collapse from poor health.
Nagito, something definitely happened to you, didn't it? At some point during the investigation, your behavior became even weirder. What actually happened? Did you discover something?
Well, let's just leave that fun for later. And finish this opening act already.
Ah, you said opening act again!
Please hold on! We have yet to hear Gundam's rebuttal!
I'm right there with you,
But he's
Sonia.
completely shut up. Perhaps he can't argue anymore.
Gundam!
I was simply at a loss for words after being dumbfounded by your pathetic assumption. In fact, I shall deny the very basis. Your assumption has been wrong since the beginning.
Since the beginning?
Based on your assumption, I hung Nekomaru from the 4th floor of the tower and made the floor descend to the 1st floor.
All right. He's gonna
From
go
there,
for the
after returning to
the
Strawberry
secret
House,
passage.
I was present when the alarm at the lounge went off, correct? Although going to and fro is busy enough as it is, how would I be able to travel between both houses anyway?
I see. The contact elevator was broken.
This is a really
As
desperate
I
play by
recall, The
Gundam
killer tampered with the Grape House control panel,
because
which
he
shut
already
down the
knows
elevator.
that Nagito has completed the
Plus,
final dead room as
the
well.
stopped elevator should have been facing the Grape House side. If so, the human who used the elevator would have left it at Grape House. For these reasons, it's an indisputable fact that the killer destroyed the elevator at Grape House.
And what's wrong with that?
If the elevator was broken at Grape House, you wouldn't be able to return to Strawberry House.
However, I was already at Strawberry House. I was present when the alarm in the lounge started ringing. Which means your assumption is clearly wrong.
Are you serious? And here I thought it's already been decided.
Have you learned your lesson, pitiful humans? You cannot overcome this contradiction.
Well, we know what evidence bullet we're gonna use. And something obviously is wrong. That's when a contradiction is born. There's no such thing as a contradiction that can't be overcome. We're not using the Nagito appearance. Okay, interesting. I'm gonna have to actually pay attention to this then.
That elevator was the only means of travel between the two houses. As long as that elevator was broken, your assumption collapses.
Plus, the elevator was broken at Grape House.
If the killer cannot return to Strawberry House,
Since I was at Strawberry House at that time, there's no question that the following crime is impossible.
It would have been different if they had an accomplice.
Or if there was a secret passageway.
How much longer do you plan to lecture me? Why don't we stop this already?
Am I meant to contradict the secret passageway thing? Oh no, I meant to absorb the contradiction, or absorb the secret passage and then use that. Okay, I got it.
The elevator broken at Grape House.
If the killer cannot return...
Since I was at Strawberry House, there's no question that the following crime...
It would have been different if they hadn't
Or if there was a secret passageway.
How much longer do you plan to lecture? Why don't we stop this already? That elevator was the only means of travel between the two houses.
Oh, because I fired the first shot and I wasted the bullet.
The only means of travel, as long as that your assumption.
I forgot that was how that worked.
broken at Grape House.
If the killer cannot...
Since I was at, there's no question that the.
It would have been different.
Or if there was a secret passageway.
How much longer do you? Why don't we stop this already? That elevator was the only means of travel between the two houses.
No, that's wrong!
I was waiting for the white noise to come in, and then it just didn't.
No, there should have been another way to move between the two houses without the elevator.
Such a method does not exist!
Then why don't we ask the person who actually used that method? You're the only one! Nagito, you should know.
What are you talking about?
Don't play dumb. You appeared so suddenly that one time because you used that method, right?
Nagito, why are you here? We repeat for the third time. Because I showed up.
There's a secret passage connecting the first floor of Strawberry House to the third floor of Grape House. Isn't that right?
Jeez. Once again, I let the reserve course show up. But you're right. There's a door on the floor of the Octagon, which is on the first floor of Strawberry House. After I opened the door and went down... Surprise, surprise! I ended up in the Monokuma Archive, which is on the third floor of Grape House.
I guess I was wrong that that's an octagon. I guess that's
The
only
third floor
6
and
sides.
The fourth floor are actually connected.
Plus, once you've cleared the final dead room once, you can pass through it as many times as you want.
If they used that secret passage, they could have gone between the two houses as much as they wanted.
Infinity Unlimited Flame!
All right.
However, what if the killer was unaware of the existence of the final dead room?
There's no way they didn't know.
That is merely an illusion you have fabricated from your own suspicion.
The wire and the hammer speak otherwise.
You should stop with your scrutiny.
There's no way I can stop.
Did you say? Don't make me angry. You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
The wire it is.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Okay, so I think I can't
Even if the
cut
turbid
every
box doesn't
phrase.
exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Maybe I can?
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion.
I don't
Shall I feed you to the
think I
progeny of vile
get this.
deities?
I thought... No, not quite.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist,
Because I can't get...
you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion.
Yeah, some of these are too small for me to get in the corner. Can I do
diagonal?
Oh, you can do diagonal cuts. Oh, okay, that was not made clear. Maybe it was, and it was just never useful.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Okay,
Even
okay.
if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
I can't back down!
Okay, got it. Oh, god damn it, I forget about this every single time. There's no preparation, man.
Even if the turbid box doesn't exist, you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
I already proved a secret passage exists.
Oh, but I didn't have to do
The
it that
secret
time.
passage was at
Okay.
the Octagon.
Know the limits of your own reasoning. You say the killer went to the Octagon. Don't bark, you cur! If you don't want to drown in the maelstrom of blood, at least pray to the key which dwells in the light!
Damn it!
Okay,
Even if the turbid box doesn't
good.
exist,
I wanted to do this one again.
you could travel through multiple planes, provided you use a spacious wormhole. However, how frail I say! Your decayed illusion. Shall I feed you to the progeny of vile deities?
Okay, so I don't have to do the
I already
clicky
proved
clicks.
the secret passage exists. The secret passage was at the Octagon.
Okay, so don't...
Know the limits of your own reasoning. You say the killer went to the Octagon.
The contradictable
Don't bark,
statement.
you cur!
Good line.
If you don't want to drown in the maelstrom of blind confusion, at least pray to the key which dwells in the light!
Okay,
Know the
gotcha.
limits of your own reasoning. You say the killer went to the Octagon. Don't bark, you cur!
That's such a good line. He delivers it
If you
so
don't
well.
want to drown in the maelstrom of...
Allow me to cut through those
I love that
words.
"don't bark, you cur" line.
The wire used to string up Nekomaru's body. The hammer that looked like the weapon, and the chain on the door in the tower. Those are all the items that weren't in Funhouse. Where did the killer obtain them?
The only place I can think of is the Octagon. There were various weapons and tools there. I'm pretty sure I saw stuff like wires, hammers, and chains too.
Since
I feel like
those
we're getting
items were
pretty
used
close
in
to
the
our
crime,
comic book.
there's no doubt that the killer went to
Oh, I'm
the
gonna have to
Octagon.
do the frickin' rhythm minigame again. Oh, I forgot about that.
If that's the case, they obviously know about the secret passage too, right?
It seems this is the end. Normally we'd end up listening to Hajime lecture us with a very long summary of the case. But there's no reason to waste any more time on this opening act, so I'm going to end this right now.
Hey, what are you...
First of all, by messing with all the clocks
Hey,
in the building,
all right.
Gundam tried to lure only Nekomaru. The elevator was probably broken by that point. Thanks to that, Nekomaru wasn't able to go to Grape Tower, which was supposed to be the
See,
meetup
Nagito is doing this because
so
he
tried
remembers
going
doing it in
over
the
to
first
Strawberry
game.
Tower, just like we did when we found out the elevator was broken. Well, it's obvious he'd attempt that. At that time, we didn't know the two towers were the exact same place. Also, The button in Strawberry Hall wasn't broken, so he was easily able to enter Strawberry Tower. But surprise! Gundam was waiting for Nekomaru's arrival.
Hold on. If Nekomaru didn't go to Strawberry Tower, what would the killer have done then?
Their plan was a balancing act of uncertainties. But even if they failed, they probably wouldn't have minded. They can just greet everyone the next morning as if nothing happened, and come up with a different plan.
Well, bullet 1, I'll be very surprised if Gundam is ever a culprit. I will say, I'm not upset about that one because the circumstances of this particular murder are just so heavy-handed. Like, when I made that statement, I was thinking in the context of like how all of the rest of the trials had been up to that point. Whereas this one is like literally, if you don't kill someone, then you and everyone else is going to starve to death. Like, I can't say that I think he's a bad person for doing this. I can't say that I think, you know, him choosing to do what he did was morally wrong. He still tried to kill everyone. I mean, what else are you gonna do? At that point, it is literally either everyone dies or somebody is going to do a murder. It's different than the Killing School life where they're given the option to just live together in harmony forever. Like, if you can do that, then that's fine. Everyone just gets to live in harmony forever. That's not the case here. Everyone is literally starving for 3 days and being forced to wake up early in the morning and do Tai Chi. Like, apart from Hajime, who is, you know, sequestering food and giving it to Akane, everyone else is suffering. And at that point, I do really think it just becomes, I have to look out for myself. Because either I'm going to die to starvation or I'm going to die and someone else is going to get out of here. At that point, it really becomes a zero-sum game.
And without such a risky plan, they wouldn't have been able to lure him at all.
I'm going to continue summarizing the case, okay?
It's very interesting that Nagito's really trying to push this
Gundam
through.
Successfully lured Nekomaru
I'm
to Strawberry
curious.
Tower.
I want to see if I
There's
can.
no way he could fight head-on with the robotic Nekomaru. So by
It
pressing
won't
the
let me
good
turn
night
off
button,
auto.
He rendered Nekomaru powerless without fighting him.
There we go. That's so funny. Oh my god, that's so meta. Nagito wants to push through so hard that it actually disabled my ability to turn off auto. I was slamming the spacebar and nothing was happening. That's amazing. So what would Nagito consider this the opening act to? I'm assuming the reveal of like the history of everybody here and who the traitor is, most likely. And he wants to get to the reveal of the traitor. That's what I'm suspecting.
Hold on! You... What did you just say? That I didn't battle?
What's wrong with that?
Don't mess with me! Don't mess with me! I cannot ignore those words!
Why are you angry all of a sudden?
You fools do not understand! You don't understand at all! Ha! You make me laugh! After all this time, you still don't understand anything at all!
I don't understand anything. What does that mean?
It appears I cannot finish just yet. Maybe I'm just a human destined for hell. However, I cannot finish just yet. I cannot finish!
What do you intend to do?
It's obvious! I'm going to destroy your illusory assumptions!
Are you saying you still have more? You still have room to argue?
Your words. You said I pressed Nekomaru's goodnight button. However, that button was on the back of Nekomaru's neck. To press it, I'd have to get behind him.
It's not easy to get the drop on Coach Nekomaru.
It's even more difficult if it's a one-on-one situation.
Just as I thought, truly frail. succumbing so easily to this simple argument. It was just a mere illusion. If you want to set me up as the killer, at least surpass your own human limitations.
I'm not
That's
sure where
wrong.
I'm gonna find an answer to this.
You're the one who's wrong.
Such a wonderful line. However, I cannot say that I'm satisfied. Listen well. I shall teach you 2 tips for making someone admit their defeat. First, you must crush them with your own overwhelming power. And as for the other, you must provide a reason that will persuade that human. You have not fulfilled either of those yet.
I guess you really don't want to admit it. Then, just as you requested, I will provide an argument that'll leave you no choice but to be persuaded. No, 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 don't make me do it, don't make me do it, don't make me do it, no, 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 no! Damn it, I thought Nagito saved me.
I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire!
Oh, I have to use shift to reload, right? Or is it control? What is it, tab?
David
Tab.
prophesies, I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crushed as David prophesied! Show me the cadaver! I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither!
Incidentally,
Crushed as David
Hana,
prophesied!
no,
I won't
Ta
let you!
and Naka are two of
For the
the
Tanaka Empire!
kanji that I have learned.
Crushed as David prophesied! For the Tanaka Empire! I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crushed as David prophesied! I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crushed as David prophesied! Show me the cadaver! I won't let you! For the Tanaka Empire! Wither! Crushed as David prophesied! I won't let you!
God, this minigame goes on
For the Tanaka
forever.
Empire! Wither! It's Nekomaru's back. Do you really think I can get behind him so easy?
This is the end! Even if you didn't get behind
Dark
Nekomaru,
the Devas
you should
4.
have been able to press the button on the back of his neck. As long as you have the power of the hamsters you keep with you.
I really like this is being brought up as a plot device, though.
Are you seriously saying he used his hamsters to press the button on the back of Nekomaru's neck?
Of course that'd be impossible for a normal hamster, but it would have been possible for Gundams. In fact, we saw that with our very own eyes, right?
Emissary of evil, in accordance with our ancient contract, the time has come to lend me your aid. Pierce through, Supernova Silver Fox Sandy.
And press the button.
Truly, this is the Skyline Lamentation art of the Demon Mouse. Ha 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 ha! Soon the door of destiny shall open.
Now that you mention
Cheers,
it,
door.
after Ibuki was killed in the music venue, one of Gundam's hamsters retrieved the piece of wallpaper from the baton lighting, right? Hey, with your friends and their exceptionally smart brains, it must have been possible to secretly get one of them behind Nekomaru and press the button on the back of his neck.
How about it, Gundam?
Not just myself, but you actually brought up how splendid my subordinates are. I have no recourse but to admit it.
Admit it? Did you say you admit it?
It appears I've obtained a one-way ticket to hell. Fine! Then you must trample me underfoot and advance. Victory can only be built upon a foundation of corpses. You cannot find peace without sacrifice anywhere. Now, trample this life trample it as though it were mere trash on the side of the road. Pull the curtain strings of this worthless performance with your own two hands.
All right, here we go. Now we make the comic book. Quote bullet 2, Sen Poppy. Gundam would never kill someone, obviously. He's chill like that. DR2 Chapter 3 investigation. Ironically, just before Gundam shows off a trick with the Devas. All right. Who set the alarms in the lounge? Who was in the lounge since early morning? Wrapping the chain around the doorknob. Okay, so we're gonna need... hanging the loop on the doorknob. The doorknob coming off. So there, that's gonna go there. What is going on here? Why does Soda look like he is pranking Fuyuhiko? What looks like happening here is like, Fuyuhiko's like, oh no, my favorite clock, it's broken. And Kazuichi is like, ha ha ha, I got you, you little rat bastard. Alright, who gathered at the lounge? What was the fake weapon? The killer destroyed what after leaving the tower? The button. Let's see. Nekomaru's weaknesses. No. This, I think, goes here. Hamster and murder! So I got that there. Hamster pressed it. Does that go there? Yeah. I really like that we're seeing the 4 Dark Devas of Destruction actually being Dark Devas of Destruction. Look at them mewing through the air in all of their rotund glory. Oh, you can scroll by moving the mouse too. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. What are we still missing?
Here's everything that happened in this case. Let's first go over the many tricks the killer prepared before they committed the crime. First, they destroyed the contact elevator. This separated Nagito and the others in Strawberry House from our group in Grape House. Next, they lured Nekomaru out by himself by turning back all the clocks in the Funhouse by 2 hours. Additionally, in order to secure an alibi, the killer went to the Strawberry House lounge and set the wall clock's alarm to 5:30 a.m. After finishing their preparations, the killer went to Strawberry Tower with the necessary tools in hand. They obtained these tools from the Octagon, which you can enter once you clear the final dead. This means the killer discovered the secret of the Funhouse faster than anybody else. That secret being, Strawberry House and Grape House are actually the same building. On the morning of the incident, Nekomaru woke up and headed over to Grape Tower for a specific reason.
need to pause here for a sec.
There, Fuyuhiko, who was at the lounge by coincidence, witnessed Nekomaru.
I really like that we depict Nekomaru as a robot still sleeping under the blankies. Nice and cozy. That's cute. It's funny that people that were set up as smart ones like Celeste and Mikan had such a mess of a murder plan, and characters who were treated as complete morons by the story have more clever murders and were just unlucky. Yeah, I mean, like, this is the most convoluted but effective plan that we've ever seen, I think. Like, this is incredibly detailed on a moment-to-moment basis, and he just got unlucky. Like, he deserves to get away with this one, frankly. I don't think I would call him a complete moron, though. Like, he's weird for sure. He is not socially adjusted very well, but he hasn't really shown, I think, a below average level of intelligence. The only thing that I can really think of is the one time with the glowing goop in Act 1. And like, yeah, that was relevant, but also there were other things that needed to be focused on at that same time as well, I think. Any killer here would have needed insane IQ to do this. Yeah, for sure.
According to Fuyuhiko's testimony, that was around 5 a.m., but by that point, the killer had already messed with our perception of time. In actuality, Fuyuhiko witnessed Nekomaru at 7 a.m. That's also the same time Monokuma Taichi begins. Nekomaru went to Grape Tower to participate in that. However,
I love this
because
depiction of
the contact
Nekomaru.
elevator was broken, Nekomaru was unable to go to Grape Tower. So he decided to try going to Strawberry Tower. But the killer
What
was
does that
waiting
say?
for him there.
4 dark devas of destruction. Good.
With the power of hamsters, they were able to press the good night button on the back of Nekomaru's neck.
I really wish I could title the YouTube VOD of this The Power of Hamsters. That would absolutely give it away for anyone who's watching for the first time. So like, if you're watching this on YouTube, just pretend that the title gets edited right here, right now.
This forced him to enter sleep mode, rendering him immobile. From there, the killer began preparing to use the ultimate weapon. First, they set the alarm in Nekomaru's chest to 7:30 a.m. so he'd wake up. Then they tied him up with a metal wire, tied the tip of the wire into a loop, and hung it on the doorknob. After leaving Strawberry Tower, the killer then destroyed the door button to Strawberry Hall.
Maybe you'll think of a better title in post-trial? Yeah, maybe.
They
No
did
need
this
to change
keep
the title
us
of
from
stream
entering
now, I think.
Strawberry Tower. And to keep us from discovering the secret of the building's structure that they used to kill Nekomaru. Then, they used the secret octagon passageway to travel to Grape House. After arriving at Grape Hall, they pressed the button to open the door to the tower. When that happened, the elevator-like floor of the tower began descending. And Nekomaru's body was still inside, dangling upside down in midair from the wire.
I always enjoy the onomatopoeia.
The killer entered Grape Tower to see if their setup was successful. And placed a hammer on the floor to look like the weapon, then wrapped a chain around the back door. This was done to make us falsely believe we couldn't enter the tower from Strawberry Hall. With this, the killer finished their setup and tried to go back to their room using the secret passage. so they could craft their alibi when Nekomaru died from the fall. But something unexpected happened. Fuyuhiko, who saw Nekomaru earlier, was still at the lounge. As a result, the killer couldn't return to their room, and with no options available, time ran out. The lounge's wall clock alarm started ringing at 5:30.
Kazuichi looks
actually
emaciated over here.
To avoid a worst-case scenario, the killer was forced to appear in front of Fuyuhiko with the others. When the wall clock's alarm rang, that was also the same time Nekomaru was waking up. He woke up while he was still hanging upside down, so he couldn't help but sway his body powerfully. Originally, the loop of wire was only supposed to slip off the doorknob. But because there was a heavier load than expected, the doorknob ended up breaking. Nekomaru fell from the 4th floor all the way to the 1st floor. He crashed into the pillar, which decapitated him on impact, and died. The sound of Nekomaru's impact echoed throughout the funhouse.
Kazuichi, why are you
However,
smiling,
by this
man?
point, the killer's plan was about to fail, thanks to the broken doorknob and Fuyuhiko. Meaning, the killer is someone who wouldn't have heard the alarm if they were in the deluxe room. They also wouldn't have been able to return to their guest room, because Fuyuhiko was at the lounge. That someone is Gundam Tanaka. I can't think of anyone else but you.
This sprite is excellent.
Splendid. That was splendid. For a mere human, you did quite well.
Stop. Stop it already.
Oh, Akane.
Stop using weird words to avoid the truth. Or I'll friggin' kill you myself!
I cannot believe it. I just cannot believe. You killed Nekomaru? I cannot believe something like that.
You don't wish to forgive me? Do you feel regret? Then finish it! Cast your impure votes for Gundam Tanaka!
I'm really curious
My
how this is going to
beloved,
impact the characters,
deadly
though.
Foes, let the voting time begin!
Poor Sonya bagged her man and then immediately lost him. I feel that, dude. Boy, do I feel that. We've all been there. We've all been in a killing game and then fallen in love with somebody and their 4 pet hamsters, and then that somebody actually turned out to be a murderer who killed one of your robotic best friends. We've all been there.
This result isn't all that exciting. Now then, please pull the lever in front of you and cast your vote. Who will be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? Please pull the lever!
Monokuma.
I bit my tongue at the most important part!
At the most important part. I'm not ready for the, I'm not ready for the execution. This one's gonna hurt. Alright, before we move on, I think this is where the voice acting ends. I'm gonna pause for a minute and go fill up on water because I'm gonna have to start reading the voice lines again, and so I'm going to need to keep my voice nice and hydrated. So I will be back in just a minute, and I will see you on the other side.
Alrighty. We are back, and we are going to finish up this trial, and then hopefully find out what's going on with Nagito. That's what I'm most curious about at this point, is why is Nagito so eager to get through this, and what does he think is going to come next? It'd be bad if I bit my tongue again, so I'll speak slowly. Judging from the results, you guys were correct once again! Getting 4 in a row without any mistakes is a splendid achievement. That's right, the one who killed the robotic Nekomaru in the amazing Funhouse was Gundam Tanaka.
Nice!
Yay, I said all of that without biting my tongue.
Now then.
Now that we've decided who the killer is, let's do the execution already and get this over with.
Hold on. It's true that the class trial is finished, but that doesn't mean the incident is over. We can't finish yet until we hear it from Gundam.
Jeez.
No matter what he says, it won't change a thing. Well, I have no right to stop you either, so do whatever you like.
Fall, my tears.
Why do you want to talk to one who has lost? The loser merely leaves. It would just be unnecessary for me to say something.
Listen well.
Is what I would like to say, but for honor's sake, I shall correct one thing.
Correct.
How pitiful.
You guys said I made Nekomaru powerless without fighting him. That, however, is a great mistake.
Huh?
Fine.
Nekomaru did fight. That is no mistake. And because he fought, he lost and died.
Damn it!
Lost and died? Okay, I'm wondering if this is where we're gonna go. Is it's gonna turn out that he was the traitor and Gundam confronted him about it, and that's what happened here?
This, too, must be the will of causality.
If he was just trying to cling to life, there are many ways he could have done so. However, he did not allow that.
You.
What do you mean? Explain!
Fine then, I shall reveal it all.
Let's make history.
Within the final dead room, I discovered the secret of the Funhouse. And I devised a killing plan utilizing that secret. By tampering with all the clocks in the building, I succeeded in luring Nekomaru to the tower. And this is what happened. Nekomaru and I were alone in the tower, standing face to face with one another. I should say I expected as much from Nekomaru. He sensed my subtle killing intent and instantly understood the situation. And we had ourselves a stare down. In that situation, if he wanted to run away, it would have been easy for him to do so. He could have run away, or even called for help. But he did not turn his back to me. Instead, he chose a fight that risked life and death.
That is...
A fight that risked life and death?
Let me tell you this.
He was serious too. He gave it his all to try to kill me.
Huh?
If I had died instead, the mystery surrounding the case would have been even more complicated. You would never know why I, the victim, went to the tower by myself.
I can see it!
Nobody would know that the victim, me, was actually the one who planned the whole thing.
Could it be?
Mekamaru really did that.
Sensing even my subtle killing intent, as expected of you, Nekomaru.
This scorching, stinging, tense atmosphere. I've been a team manager for so long, I've nearly forgotten this. This is great! What a comforting atmosphere!
That's a great one.
And what is your reason? Do you intend to resolve this situation by killing me?
I am the Warlock, Gundam Tanaka. Heroes, Lords of Darkness, and even the gods themselves flee from me. I do not cling to any trivial reason. I'm simply going to kill you because your very existence is an annoyance.
You'll drench your soul with evil until the bitter end, huh? Splendid! In response to your spirit, I shall kill you with all of my might. I won't go easy on you. Don't even think about holding back. Don't waste your breath on cowardly tactics. Give me everything you got.
Nekomaru need die. Your blood will drench the foundation of my empire!
How dramatic. Why? Why did you fight? We are all friends. Why couldn't you stop this? Even if both sides agreed, it was still wrong.
I will not argue. I have no intention of forcing my values upon you.
Let me tell you.
However, I must say this. What's the point of living if you're just waiting until you finally die?
You weakling!
There's nothing courageous about that. That is abandonment. A mere feeling of resignation.
Wait, are you telling us to just wait until we all starve to death? I'd rather have that happen to us than to have our friends kill each other.
Huh? Do you mean that you'd rather die?
Fall.
Hey, Tigricia, welcome back.
Ever since we were locked inside that building, everyone has been dominated by that feeling of abandonment. However, nothing is born from resignation. That is simply a reason to give up.
If you flinch, you will die!
Giving up on life. That's just an insult to life itself.
Let me ask.
Have you fools heard the term dog eat dog?
Cannibalism?
Fine.
In zoology, cannibalism is a commonly observed phenomenon. Many creatures at some point in their lifespan engage in cannibalism.
Listen well.
That is what it means to live. If you say that killing for the sake of living is evil, then what would you call giving up on life itself?
I shall engulf this world.
If a world would consider that justice, then I will fight that world with every last fiber of my being. Giving up on life and choosing death is nothing more than a blasphemy toward life.
I renounce you!
It is a violation of the natural order. It is the arrogance of humanity.
You.
Are you saying all that to justify what you did?
But it sounds like Nekomaru felt the same too. That's why they fought, right?
Damn it.
Fine.
That man had the courage to die when he needed to die. That is why he challenged me to our battle. Regardless, as I've already said, I do not intend to force my values upon you fools. I have betrayed you all. That is the absolute truth.
All my tears.
But even so, don't you think it's a better alternative to slowly starving to death here?
Oh,
That belief is why you committed your crime.
you...
Hey, what about the final dead room? Did you do the Russian roulette too?
Let's make history.
Unlike Nagito, I only did it once, but compared to my battle with Nekomaru, that was mere child's play.
Well,
You know, after listening to you talk for a while, I'm starting to think that... Well, it's also because you unexpectedly admitted your crime without much resistance. Gundam, don't tell me... You didn't sacrifice yourself for our sake, did you?
I can't believe you would ask such a foolish question.
My name is Gundam Tanaka.
Just who do you think I am? I am Gundam Tanaka, history's greatest monster. My cursed existence is feared by all mankind. There's no way I'd sacrifice myself for the sake of you fools.
Fade like dust in the wind.
Not in a million, not in a billion, not in 10,000 billion years. In the name of pandemonium, it is impossible.
Is that it? Then... I'll just leave it at that.
Now then, let us be rid of this foolish talk. It is about time the fun started. Monokuma, let us begin!
Yes, indeed.
Yay! Got it! I have prepared a special punishment for the ultimate breeder, Gundam Tanaka.
Please wait!
This is just too much.
I beg of you!
Please, Monokuma. Please help Gundam. Here's the thing, like, I just can't bring myself to see him in the wrong here, dude. Like, someone had to kill someone. It was either everybody starves to death, or someone kills someone and then either gets away with it and one person lives, or they don't get away with it and everyone else lives. The only way anyone gets out of this funhouse is if a murder happens. And based on what we know from the 4th chapter of the first game, if you commit suicide, I suppose if you commit suicide and make it clear, then everyone else can get out of the class trial, but I believe Monokuma said that he would only let people out once murders happened. I think he specified murders and not killings, but I might be mistaken about that. I'm not sure. Been busy with other things. How was it sacrifice play on Gundam's part? In the way I just described, I think that in order for everyone to get out of this tower, out of this funhouse, someone has to kill someone else and then get caught. That is the only way that everyone else makes it out of the tower. And like, first of all, if that is indeed a sacrifice play, then that's a noble thing. But like, even if that is not the case, in this specific circumstance where everyone is literally starving to death, even if it was purely with selfish intent, I don't think that is a moral failing on your part. At a certain point, it just becomes, I will die if I don't do this. And if I don't do this and no one else does it, then everyone dies. So it's better that I survive than everyone else, you know, die alongside me. But Gundam's also playing the villain so people don't mourn him? Yeah, exactly. I think Gundam is playing the heel so that he can come out looking like, you know, like a bad person who people don't have to miss, who don't have to be tragic. Check your Discord DM. I sent you a topical screenshot. Let's see. A shot of Nekomaru saying, I'll give my entire existence, my entire power, my entire body and soul, and fight to the very end. And indeed he did. Alright, well, we'll keep moving on.
Huh?
Miss Sonia.
I beg of you!
How pitiful.
Sonia. An act as unrefined as stopping a man from going to his death does not befit a noble such as yourself.
Gundam? It's fine to start for reals, right?
Fine.
Yes, I do not mind. However...
What is it, my 4 dark devas of destruction?
I was wondering if they were going to go along with. I'm really, really, really hoping that Sonia gets to keep the 4 dark devas of destruction. I was thinking about this as soon as he was revealed as the killer. I think that would be a really, really nice touch.
Are you worried about me? Oh, my feared 4 dark devas of destruction. That is not like you at all. However, there is no need to fear. In this world, I am only a temporary visitor. I was simply visiting for a moment, and now that my duty is complete, I must return to the darkness. That is why, until the very end, pride, conceit, courage, insolence, fearful of nothing, daunted by nothing. Let us laugh uproariously! That is Gundam Tanaka! I shall stick with my evil until the very end! Open sesame pandemonium! I shall fill hell with true hell!
Let's give it everything we've got! It's punishment time!
Open Sesame Pandemonium is probably my favorite single line from this whole game. I would have a hard time picking out a favorite voice actor from this game, I gotta say. Oh, 07 Gundam. Gundam Tanaka Stampede. No, not the 4 Dark Devas, no. Good, okay. I choose to believe this is canon. Oh. Aww. That's actually really sweet and really, really touching, but the delivery on that was hysterical. Like, okay. I have to pause. I am a huge, huge animal lover. I have had pets growing up all my life, and I am not a religious man. I am not really a spiritual man, but I do believe that I have experienced what heaven is, and I choose to believe that when life is done, I will experience the feeling of being on the couch with my dog Stanley and having him cuddled up with me. I think that was the closest to nirvana that I have ever experienced, and, you know, I'd like to think that that is what the world has for me after life is finished. And so I do think that that is really, really touching for a character like Gundam to be, you know, to be brought up to be with the pets that he loves and to be, you know, surrounded by love. I think that's very touching. It's just the circle of heavenly animals in the sky was so abrupt, it could not do anything but make me laugh. Wow, your wife loses to a dog. She's known this. She has known this since before we started dating, that I would trade anything in the world for Stanley. That boy was my life, and he passed away very, very suddenly a few years ago, when I was in the middle of a performance, actually. I was in a production of The Music Man, and it was hosted, like the performance venue was at a resort that hosted us for the week that we were performing. And so, you know, instead of having to drive to the venue, we just stay at the hotel, you know, hang out at the resort as a cast, and then go do the show. And I was in the pool with... Hannah was actually with me at the time. She had come to visit for that night, and so it was me and Hannah and a couple of our castmates. And we got out of the pool, and Hannah looked at her phone and said, "We need to go." And I was like, "What's going on?" She was like, "Your mother has called me like 15 times in the last few minutes. Something is wrong." And so we walked away, and I called my mom, and when she answered the phone, I heard her voice that she had been, you know, she was sniffly, she was teary, she had been crying, and she just said, I'm so sorry, but Stanley's health just suddenly deteriorated, something was wrong with his kidney, and we're gonna have to put him down. And I cried a lot that night, because I mean, I left for that week, and he was fine, and, you know, I thought I was gonna get to see him then when I got back, and just, I didn't get to say goodbye, you know? So. Yeah, it's hard losing a pet, losing a member of your family like that, but that does not take away all of the love and all of the joy that they bring into your life. And when I look back, the pain that I felt does not nearly outweigh the love. And then a couple months later, the breeder, who we had gotten him from, sent me a hand-painted portrait of him, and so that portrait of Stanley is hung by my bedside, and he stays with me no matter where I go. Yeah, our cat was hurting for a good few weeks until she just fell asleep for good on Monday. I'm sorry to hear that, Shinjo. Here is to all of the pets that we no longer have with us, but who are left in our hearts forever. Anybody out there who is, you know, dealing with that kind of grief, you have my sympathy, and if you ever need to talk to somebody about it, please feel free to reach out. I know how that feels, and it sucks. So with that, you know, slightly more heavy topic addressed, let's keep moving on, shall we? Gundam! No! No! Even after Gundam is gone, the spirit of his parting words still lingered deep in our chests. Don't give up on life. Did I misunderstand what he meant? Then what's the right thing to do? I don't know. No matter how much I think about it, I don't know if I'll ever be able to answer that.
Damn it.
Damn it. Damn it! I'm so pissed off. I need to throw something.
Damn it!
You all spent so much time worrying about each other. And thanks to that, things ended up like this. You're all full of shit. Every last one of you. But the biggest piece of shit is me.
The worst.
Damn it, why am I so weak?
Oh.
It's such a downer. Clearly. But still, even though we feel this way, we still gotta do our very best.
You are right.
This time around, we must move forward. We must continue to live and believe in our friends. If not,
You are right.
Gundam will most likely crawl his way out of hell, and I presume he will be very cross with us. You're right. You're right. We shouldn't just stand here. I mean, it's not like this is over. We still have to do it. We still have to finish this. For the sake of our friends who have died, we need to finish this once and for all. So, don't just stand there. Stand up and walk. Move forward. Live. If you don't, everyone who fought and died will have died in vain. We can't allow that.
Hey!
So, how long are you guys gonna stand around chattering? So I guess the parallel between Chapter 4 of the first game and this one was not a suicide, and it was not the reveal of who the traitor was, or the victim being the traitor specifically. It was the culprit, quote-unquote, making a sacrifice of themselves in the name of inspiring the rest of the group to move forward. The class trial is over, so it's okay for you to hurry back over to Jabberwock Island. However, the killing school trip will proceed as usual, so make sure you know that.
Wait!
Hold on. How much longer are you going to keep doing this? Seriously, how long is he going to keep doing this? How long is this going to continue?
Now then.
Alright, after feeling down for so long, I finally feel refreshed. Let's hurry back and eat some food.
Hey!
Hold on a second, that mood shift is too damn fast.
It's not like that.
Well, you know, it's like Gundam and Nekomaru said. That's what it means to live, right? She's certainly something else. This is Fuyuhiko falling for Akane right now. See, he's taking notice, he gets it. But seriously, I'm starving.
Hey.
Then let's go back for now and eat. And then after we're full, let's sleep as much as we want.
Right?
And then let's do our best again. It's gonna break me if Chiaki is the murderer, is the traitor. Yeah, you're right. It is gonna break me in two if Chiaki ends up being the traitor. With this, the class trial has come to an end, and once again, we return to Jabberwock Island. The size of our group has definitely diminished, but despite that, even if it was just the rest of us, we did our best to stay upbeat and have fun together. Of course, our optimism was only superficial, but at that moment, we were able to forget about the dark despair looming before us. However, the only thing I was worried about was him. He wasn't there. He suddenly disappeared from our sight. Yep, I'm definitely lucky. I never expected to obtain so many valuable things from a simple game of Russian roulette. Thanks to that, I was able to learn the identity of our true enemy. And before everyone else, too. But it's just too funny. I mean, no one could tell I was lying. I mean, there's no way the file had just Hajime's information. Yep. I think I said something like this at the end of the last stream. I said that there was something that he was hiding about this.
Well,
I guess they were too busy with other matters. Or maybe they've reached their limit. Regardless, I was saved. Things would get complicated if they found out. Anyway, I can't forgive this.
damn it.
This should never be forgiven. There's no way I can let this run loose. I'll be the one who stops this once and for all. Even if it costs me my life.
It's obvious.
For the sake of hope, I cannot ignore this.
Monokuma appears!
All right! Monokuma has arrived. Who summoned me?
Now then.
Thanks for coming.
What's this?
Why, it's the lonely little Nagito. Are you all alone tonight, too?
What's the matter?
So what's up? Your face looks scary.
I see. So you can tell.
Ah, perhaps you found out who the traitor is.
You know me well,
Well,
is what I'd like to say. But unfortunately, I haven't learned that yet.
I see. So even you don't know, huh? Looks like the final showdown is gonna take a little more time.
Hello.
So why'd you summon me anyway? Were you finally gonna confess your love?
hey,
I summoned you because there's something I really need to ask you. It's about the special prize from the final dead room.
Oh yeah, what about it?
There was information about 16 people in the file I received. But isn't that weird?
Say what?
What's weird?
you don't even know?
Well, there's a traitor from the Future Foundation hiding among us, right? Including that person. The total number of students would be 16, right?
Okay, notes. Hajime is about to lead me to an answer. All the notes that I took during the Chapter 4 trial really paid off, huh? Alright. Post-trial. There's a traitor Amogus. Including that person, total number of students would be 16, right?
Isn't that right?
But this file contains documents that were created at Hope's Peak Academy, right?
Of course!
That's right! I just reused the stuff that the former headmaster spent a lot of time making.
But
If this file contains information about the traitor, was that person also a former student of Hope's Peak Academy?
Who knows?
I wonder.
hey,
Could it be? Is this your doing? Did you slip false information into the file? Were you trying to keep us from learning the traitor's identity by obtaining this information?
What's wrong with that? Okay. If it's my job to heat things up, it's okay if I do something small like that, right?
well,
That's not my point.
right?
My point is, you already know who the traitor is.
What's wrong with that?
You're getting all riled up!
Well, you're splendidly correct when you say I knew who the traitor was all along. But even though I know who it is, why do you think I ignored it on purpose? It's just like Monami after losing her magic stick. The traitor's existence means absolutely nothing to me. Okay. Monokuma claims that he knew who the traitor was and simply doesn't care because it doesn't affect him.
Their existence means nothing, huh?
No!
Well, that's just how I feel. I'm sure you guys feel somewhat different. After all, that person is the evil future Foundation lackey who's putting you guys through this awful stuff.
That's not entirely true. I didn't really come here to fight or anything like that. Instead, I came here to offer my cooperation, you know?
Cooperation?
Hey,
Your purpose is to fill everyone on this island with despair, right? That's why you're intentionally letting the traitor do as they please, right?
Yep.
If that's the case, I might be able to cooperate somewhat too.
right?
However, in exchange, I want to know who the traitor is.
Nagito offers cooperate with Monokuma, fill everyone with despair in exchange for learning who the traitor is. Interesting.
No!
Obviously, that's a big no-no.
Unbelievable.
I mean, I want to make everyone in your group feel despair. That includes you too.
Well, I knew you would say that.
Besides, I just wouldn't be able to handle the sadness when you inevitably betray me later on.
Just as I thought, you saw right through me.
You're right.
No matter what situation I find myself in, my core way of thinking will never change. In order to create absolute hope that shines brightly, stepladders such as myself in despair must exist.
You're right. You're a true believer of hope after all. I must say, that belief reminds me of that person for some reason.
Reminds you... I don't know who you're talking about, but if someone as worthless as me reminds you of some other person, they must be extremely unlucky.
Like...
But you're just as unlucky, right? I mean, the fact that you're even involved in something like this.
Wow.
Am I? I actually think I'm very lucky.
Say what?
Huh?
You don't know?
Wouldn't you say that coming across this much despair is a rather rare opportunity? I can't rely on anyone on this island. That's why I have to be the one who does it. If I can eliminate despair from this island, I won't be a stepladder anymore. I'll become true hope.
All right. Man, smoking 10 packs a day really did a number on Naegi. I feel like the quality of my voice for him has just sunk and sunk and sunk as the days have gone on. I feel like every stream, I'm just deeper into, like, the gravel in the back of the throat. This is not a healthy way to talk long term, by the way. I'm, like, really pressing my larynx. But if I hit a point where it actually becomes strenuous, I'll stop. I'll become true hope. I'll become an existence that could even be called ultimate hope. The two of you are alike. You definitely remind me of him.
Hey, there's one more thing I want to ask you.
See?
Who are you waiting for on this island? Huh? Looks like I'm right again. You're definitely waiting for someone on this island. Is the person you're waiting for already on the island? Okay.
Hey.
Well, answer my question.
That's...
If that's the case, if that person is already on this island, wouldn't that be exciting? Well, that really didn't answer a goddamn thing, now did it? Five days, 11 hours, 13 minutes, 30 seconds. Do ultimate robots dream of clockwork? The end. 7 students left. Man, this is tough. I have no idea where the overarching mystery is going here. Aw, the earring. The Hellhound earring. Lost 2 Chads this time. I mean, it's really only Chads that remain. After we lost Mikan, I feel like the only people left are Chads. After being released from the Funhouse. Wait, did I save? Am I in chapter 5 now? Yeah, okay. Well then, that's gonna be where we wrap up for the night, guys. And with that, so too ends my final stream as a Florida resident. We are done. We're at the end of an era. I will be moving on Saturday. Tomorrow is my last day of packing. I don't know what the future is going to hold. So I'm going to aim to try to do another stream sometime within 7 days. But I cannot give you an estimate on when that's going to be. I'm not sure what that's going to look like. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do a full, 4.5 hour stream. We'll find out. Less hurricanes, I hope. Yes, less hurricanes. I will not be anywhere near hurricanes, or if I am anywhere near hurricanes, then something has gone dreadfully wrong with the climate in a very short amount of time. But yeah, thank you all very much for being here. I will noodle on that conversation, see if I can piece some things together. But there's definitely some real questions that I still have about this whole setup. Why was Byakuya here again? Who could the traitor be? What does Monami want? What does Monokuma want? Who is Monokuma waiting for? Is Nagito Naegi? Is Mikan Toko? Is Asahina really Akane? What happened to Yasuhiro and Kirigiri? What's up with the big clock? Why anything at all in general? Honestly, I don't know. I'm gonna try to puzzle some things out, and by the time I start my next stream, I'll let you guys know what my theories are. But for right now, man, I got nothing. I am stumped, and I love that, honestly. Before I go, I will give final closing thoughts on that particular murder mystery. I think I would have liked it a lot in a different context. In a different story, I think I would have really loved it. But the actual setup of it was just so divorced from the MO for Danganronpa so far, and it really just felt like there was a lot of convoluted shenanigans that didn't necessarily fit. Like, for example, everyone just getting knocked out and taken here and being like shoved in a box and saying, okay, kill someone or you'll get out. That was very, very sharp. And what happens if Gundam loses in Russian roulette? Like, what happens if anyone loses in Russian roulette? That just feels like something that the narrative has to gloss over. All of this was so set up for like one very, very specific murder to happen ahead of time. Whereas like, I feel like most other murders kind of just feel like, hey, here's a situation, here is a venue and tools and whatever, and go ahead and do something. Whereas with this one, you can clearly see it plain as day as soon as it starts happening. You're like, okay, we're setting up for a bizarre locked room puzzle where the victim is going to show up in the tower, and the time is going to be important because Nekomaru introduces this chest clock right at the beginning of the chapter, so you know that that's going to be relevant for some reason. And I think that was the moment that I called that Nekomaru was going to die, because I was like, okay, he's going to die and then the clock is going to stop at a certain time and that's his time of death, and that's going to play into it. It's just there was a lot. Shinjo says a crime written because they wanted a Funhouse crime rather than feel natural. Exactly. And if I had signed up for a Funhouse crime in a different book or game or whatever, then, you know, I'm sure I would have been okay with it. Also, how does chicken turn into cow? Magic. Duh. Monami had the magic stick, remember? Duh. So, surprised the soda eyes didn't come up in the murder. It's the only thing they didn't use. I mean, that was a novelty. It did come up in the trial, though. That was an option. But yeah, I don't hate it, and I like some of the character development that we got during it. In particular, I really like where we're going with Akane. I like the depth that we're seeing with her, and I'm really curious to do more of her social link, just because, like, this girl's background has been tragic, man. This girl's background has been rough. This poor girl. So that's kind of where I stand on this. We are going to come back in maybe a week or so. We'll figure something out. Otherwise, thank you for being here. Yeah. Got nothing else. Goodbye, Florida. Goodbye to this apartment that I honestly have loved living in. wish me luck on the drive. Wish me luck on finding a new permanent home, and I'll see you next time. Meantime, be kind to one another, be kind to yourselves, be safe. As always, peace out. Night, everybody.